Chapter 3656. Murong Suifeng's words completely extinguished Duan Lingtian's thoughts of asking Murong Suifeng for a few bottles of exclusive wine. On the phone. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Murong Suifeng's expression turned serious, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. During the 10-star student trials this time, within the trial grounds, you ought to have encountered an attack, right? Duan Lingtian and Murong Suifeng looked at each other and nodded. Yes. The people from the 10,000 Leaves sect went near the trial grounds but left soon after. According to them, it was Ho Qingning who asked them to go over. His original intention was for them to protect you, but you refused? Murong Suifeng asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Why did you refuse? Murong Suifeng continued to ask. If they were to protect you, even if the leader of the Divine Kings couldn't enter, with other divine spirits protecting you, you would be safer in the trial grounds. Why did you refuse? Are you confident in yourself, or do you have other helpers? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Murong Suifeng asked another question. I don't want to owe anyone a favor, Duan Lingtian said. You don't want to owe anyone a favor? Murong Suifeng looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. This isn't a very good reason. Or rather, based on this reason, you have confidence in your own strength, right? Since Dean already knows, why ask? Duan Lingtian smiled and said, As long as the people from the Divine King clan in Tianfeng City aren't personally sent by a Divine King, I believe I still have some ability to protect myself. Only protect yourself? Murong Suifeng looked mockingly at Duan Lingtian. According to what I know, the Zhong clan specially nurtured a few teams of superior god death warriors, and one of them was completely annihilated this time. Even the leader of that team of death warriors, one of the strongest people under the Divine King realm in the Zhong clan, died. On the other hand, the leader of the Zhong family's loyalists is a higher deity who has comprehended the law of space and fused multiple profundities. Even with the strength you displayed in front of Hongjun that day, it's impossible for you to defeat him. Murong Suifeng paused for a moment, as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a deep gaze. Unless you were concealing your strength back then. Duan Lingtian was only slightly surprised that Murong Suifeng knew so much. But then he remembered that Murong Suifeng wasn't just the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy, he was also the vice-sect master of the Divine Emperor level sect. With Murong Suifeng's status, it wasn't difficult for him to know about these things. Am I right? Murong Suifeng asked. Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. Dean's information network is indeed shocking. The death warriors I killed in the trial grounds weren't just the Zhong clan's death warriors. I also killed other death warriors. I wanted to ask some things from some of them, but they chose to die rather than submit. I had no way of knowing where they came from. But you, Dean, know so much. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It looks like you admit it. Murong Suifeng also smiled. This time, I asked you to come here not only to confirm this matter with you, but also to let you enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time and recommend you to become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Are you interested? Murong Suifeng asked. Enter the Hidden Fog sect in advance? Become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened at Murong Suifeng's words. At the same time, he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Dean. Before entering the Hidden Fog Academy, he had already heard what being a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect meant. Once one became a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, their status in the Hidden Fog sect would be no less than that of an inner sect elder. After they were 10,000 years old, if they still stayed in the Hidden Fog sect, they could even become a core elder, a lofty status. If they didn't want to stay in the Hidden Fog sect, they could enter the Emperor God level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect through the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, their status in the Emperor God level influence might not be high, but their status would be much more valuable. In the outside world, an ordinary elder of a Emperor God level influence would have a status that far surpassed that of a core elder of a Emperor God level influence. Of course, if one wanted to become an elder of an Emperor God level influence, Even if they were an ordinary elder, they still had to pass some tests. Only by passing these tests could they enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder. If they couldn't pass, they could only continue to stay in the Hidden Fog sect. However, even with my recommendation, you cannot directly become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect has a series of tests for core disciples. Only by passing these tests can you become a core disciple. Murong Sui Feng continued to say. If you can't pass, you can still enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. But you can only become an inner sect disciple. In the future, if you want to become a core disciple, you can apply to participate in the tests again. Understood. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Murong Sui Feng was talking about. This was the same logic as those core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect who wanted to join the Divine Emperor level force behind the Hidden Fog sect under the recommendation of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect's recommendation could only be considered a stepping stone. If one wanted to enter an Emperor God level influence and become an elder, they needed to have sufficient ability. During this time, you should prepare. A month from now, I will have the sect arrange for someone to come pick you up. Murong Sui Feng said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he continued to pour wine for Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Dean. Duan Lingtian thanked Murong Sui Feng once again. After that, Murong Sui Feng chatted with Duan Lingtian while drinking wine with Duan Lingtian. As they spoke, they also speculated about Duan Lingtian's origins. In front of Murong Sui Feng, Duan Lingtian didn't say what he had said in the past. This was because someone at Murong Sui Feng's level could already come into contact with an Emperor God level influence like the Heavenly Illumination sect. Moreover, he was about to enter the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't convenient for him to say that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Illumination sect. Sect Master, I have been in the Mystic Handle land for some time, but I have never told anyone my true origins. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Dean, you have taken care of me so much, so I naturally can't lie. Actually, I am not from the Mystic Handle land. Not from the Mystic Handle land? Murong Sui Feng was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then where are you from? Murong Sui Feng asked again. I am from the Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said. Devata realm? Murong Sui Feng smiled when he heard that. I see. However, to have such achievements at your age, I think you are not an ordinary person in the Devata realm. In Murong Sui Feng's eyes, Duan Lingtian was more than 2,000 years old after all. Naturally, he thought Duan Lingtian came from the Devata realm before the Mystic Handle land collided with another realm of gods to form the realm battlefield. Have you been in the Mystic Handle land for 1,000 years? Murong Sui Feng asked again. 1,000 years? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Don't tell me you came to the Mystic Handle land not long before the Mystic Handle land collided with another realm of gods? You have been here for less than 700 years? Murong Sui Feng asked again. Not really. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. I have only been in the Mystic Handle land for a few years. Only a few years? This time, Murong Sui Feng was stunned. After a long while, he subconsciously muttered, The realm battlefield has opened, and the spatial passageways between the realms of gods and the Devata realms have closed. Under such circumstances, how did you come to the Mystic Handle land? Actually, I don't know if I was lucky or not. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I was originally cultivating in the Netherworld, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared beside me, and a suction force sucked me in. When I regained my senses, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Later, I found out that I was in the realm battlefield formed by the intersection of 2 realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Murong Sui Feng finally regained his senses. So you were swept into the realm battlefield from the Devata realm by the spatial turbulence. I've heard of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, but I've never been there. I didn't expect the space there to be so unstable. Murong Sui Feng did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, with your strength, you're considered lucky to be able to leave the realm battlefield alive and come to the Mystic Handle land. Murong Sui Feng added. Actually, it's not really luck. I just met a senior and told him what happened to me. Then, he kindly sent me to the military camp in the realm battlefield, and I came to the Mystic Handle land through the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Isn't that also luck? Murong Sui Feng said with a smile. Not everyone is so kind in the realm battlefield. I think so too. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Therefore, I'll definitely find an opportunity in the future to return this favor to that senior. Murong Sui Feng had a look of admiration in his eyes. He could see that Duan Lingtian was speaking from the bottom of his heart, and he was not pretending in front of him. It was precisely because of this that his impression of Duan Lingtian became even better. If it wasn't for the promise he made all those years ago to not take any more disciples, he felt that he would be unable to restrain himself from wanting to take this person before him as his disciple. He came to the Mystic Handle land by accident from a Devata realm, had a clean background, and possessed outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. As long as he was given the opportunity, he would definitely be able to rise up and even soar into the sky. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that after drinking the third cup of authority wine, the fourth cup did not bring any changes to his divine energy. Obviously, it was just as Murong Sui Feng had said. Only the first 3 cups of authority wine were helpful to the improvement of one's cultivation base. After chatting for a while, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Murong Sui Feng and prepared to leave. On the other hand, Murong Sui Feng called Yu Qianshan, who had not gone far away, to send Duan Lingtian back to the 10-star student dormitory. Before returning to his dormitory, all Duan Lingtian could hear were voices that were filled with anticipation for his ranking on the trial rankings tomorrow. I'm really curious. How many points did senior brother Duan Lingtian obtain in this trial? I really hope tomorrow comes early. Lingtian War revered. Chapter 3657. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he heard the curious and expectant voices. His points? Perhaps the entire Hidden Fog Academy would be in an uproar because of the points he obtained in the 10-star trial tomorrow. In the past, the highest points a 10-star student could obtain in a trial was only 20,000 points. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Ding Yan and Ho Qingming about this before the trial. That way, I wouldn't have been so high profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to his dorm under the watchful eyes of many people. He returned to his room in the dormitory and sat on the bed. The first thing he did was to take out a stalk of grass that was glowing with a green light. The grass was in an irregular shape and did not show any signs of decay. It was full of vitality and seemed to be able to live well independently of the soil. This was the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial, the dragon-marked divine grass. Before Yu Qianshan returned to the Hidden Fog Academy, Yu Qianshan, under the instruction of the dean, Murong Sui Feng, Yu Qianshan had given him the reward for ranking first in the 10-star trial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the reason the dean was so kind to him was because the dean approved of him as a person. This time, in front of Murong Sui Feng, he spoke of his true origins. However, he didn't reveal how he had entered the dimensional battlefield. That was because he couldn't reveal the truth. After all, it was related to the existence of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were not only precious in the Devata realms, but they were also precious in the realms of gods. This was especially true for the high-level 5 divine elements. They were extremely tempting. Even god emperors and ultimate gods would scramble for the high-level 5 divine elements. After all, it was the most direct way for them to take the final step and become a supreme expert. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not reveal the 5 divine elements in front of Murong Sui Feng. And the things he had fabricated were all reasonable and well-founded. Even if one day Murong Sui Feng went to the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, and discovered that the space there was extremely unstable, he would not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He would only think that the space in the undead world was unstable due to the collision between the realms of gods. Moreover, even if Murong Sui Feng wanted to go to the netherworld, he would have to wait for 300 years. 300 years later, even if Murong Suifeng found out that he had lied today, it wouldn't affect him at all. As for revealing his background to Murong Suifeng now, that was only to give himself a true identity. Only like this would the hidden fog sect not have any scruples towards him. A person with an unclear background was someone no influence could cultivate too much. In a month's time, I'll be able to take the next step. A godly emperor force will be my first stage in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's eyes were burning with passion as he looked at the dragon-marked divine grass. When he tried to infuse his divine energy into the dragon-marked divine grass, lines that resembled dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon-marked divine grass. No wonder teacher Yu Qianshan reminded me to nourish it with my divine energy before I consume it. Only then can I activate all of its medicinal efficacy, so that's how the dragon-marked divine grass got its name. Previously, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why this stalk of grass was called the dragon-marked divine grass when he could not see any traces of the dragon-marked divine grass. Now that he had infused his divine energy into it, he finally understood. After the dragon mark appeared, Duan Lingtian stuffed the grass into his mouth and swallowed it. Then, as the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass entered his body, Duan Lingtian began to close his eyes. He paid no attention to the outside world as he immersed himself in his cultivation. For the time being, he was afraid of the outside world. It was a peaceful night for Duan Lingtian. However, it was not a peaceful night for the other 10-star students, and even the students of the Hidden Mist Academy. At this moment, even the other students had learned from some of the 10-star students that Duan Lingtian had accumulated so many points during the trial that even Yu Qianshan's expression changed. Who was Yu Qianshan? He was one of the few teachers in the Hidden Mist Academy who was second only to the dean. Therefore, even those who were not 10-star students were looking forward to the release of the results the next day. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Academy's teacher dormitory, Chu Fengyan, who was on duty at the 10-star hall, went to the cultivation place of another teacher, Yunhui. It was considered a teacher's dormitory in the Hidden Mist Academy. Martial Uncle. Yunhui was the teacher who arranged for Duan Lingtian to enter the Hidden Mist Academy. He was also Chu Fengyang's martial uncle. Chu Fengyang had learned from Yunhui that Duan Lingtian was extraordinary. That was why he was so confident in Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun. "Kid, why are you here all of a sudden?" Yunhui smiled kindly when he saw Chu Fengyang. Without waiting for Chu Fengyang to speak, he asked, "Is it because of that kid Duan Lingtian? It seems that martial uncle already knows about him." Chu Fengyang smiled embarrassedly before he went straight to the point. "Junior uncle, I came to look for you because I want to ask you, how many points did Duan Lingtian obtain in the trial this time? Right now, everyone in the academy is curious." "What? Do you think I should know?" Yunhui asked in a bad mood. "Martial uncle, if you ask teacher Yu Qianshan, do you think he won't tell you? In terms of seniority, he has to address you as senior brother. Moreover, you saved his life when he was young, so he is very respectful to you," Chu Fengyang said. "If you asked him, he won't hide it." "Maybe. Martial uncle, you already asked?" Chu Fengyang looked at Yunhui expectantly. "I would like to ask, but the dean has already said that Qianshan can't reveal Duan Lingtian's results in advance. Now, even I have to wait until tomorrow to know." Yunhui sighed. "I think this time, Duan Lingtian must have gotten an amazing result." Chu Fengyang was shocked when he heard this. "Even the dean has said that? Isn't this too much?" The dean had said that Duan Lingtian's trial results couldn't be revealed in advance? Since when did the dean care about this? In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, their dean had never done such a thing. But this time, why was it so different? "I also think it's too much." Yunhui nodded. "I even suspect Duan Lingtian might have gotten more than 50,000 points. 50,000? This is too much, isn't it?" Chu Fengyang clicked his tongue. "As for the exact number, we'll know tomorrow," Yunhui said. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he seemed to think of something and asked, "Martial uncle, I heard that the dean intends to let Duan Lingtian enter our hidden mist sect in advance and recommend him to become a core disciple? Yes. Yunhui nodded. He was quite clear about this matter. The dean has already informed the sect. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to pick up Duan Lingtian. 1 month later? So soon? Chu Fengyang was surprised. As far as I know, the next core disciple assessment is still half a year away, right? Yunhui nodded. The reason the dean did this is probably because he wants Duan Lingtian to enter the sect earlier and enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. The treatment of an inner sect disciple is much better than the treatment of a 10-star student. That's true. Chu Fengyang nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but look expectant. Maybe Duan Lingtian can really pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Maybe. Yunhui nodded. Martial uncle, even you don't have much confidence in him? Chu Fengyang was startled. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just that the core disciple assessment set up for Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples is much more difficult than the core disciple assessment for Divine King Realm inner sect disciples and above. Of course, the difficulty here is for the inner sect disciples who participate in the assessment. Yunhui shook his head as he said, After all, the Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine Spirit Realm core disciples, and the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples participate in the assessment for Divine King Realm core disciples. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, in our Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, there hasn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple who has passed the core disciple assessment. Yunhui's words caused Chu Fengyang to fall silent. If it weren't for his martial uncle reminding him, he would have forgotten about this matter. In the Hidden Fog sect's nearly 10,000 years of history, although there had been many Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples who participated in the core disciple assessment, there hadn't been a single Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple who had successfully passed the core disciple assessment. It was also because of this that although the Hidden Fog sect had several dozen core disciples, the weakest of them were lower god kings. I also hope that Duan Lingtian can pass the core disciple assessment. If he can break the 10,000-year curse, he might become the next Shui Haichuan. Unknowingly, Yunhui's eyes flashed with anticipation. Shui Haichuan. As for Chu Fengyang, when he heard Yunhui mention this name, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Shui Haichuan was similar in age to him, and his seniority in the Hidden Fog sect was similar to his. When Shui Haichuan was still in the Hidden Fog sect, whenever he saw Shui Haichuan, he would call him senior apprentice brother. Shui Haichuan was also the most recent person in the Hidden Fog sect to become a core disciple with a Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. Of course, that was 10,000 years ago. Now, Shui Haichuan was an elder of the God Emperor level influence behind the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, his status was lofty and even the current sect master of the Hidden Fog sect had to be respectful to him. Chapter 3658. The next day, when the sun had just risen, one by one, figures rushed out of the 10 Stars dormitory and entered the 10 Stars palace. The results will be released in another 2 hours. Let's go and wait. I'm really curious. How many points did Senior Duan Lingtian get? Even Teacher Yu Qianshan's expression changed. We'll know the answer in 2 hours. There was only one teacher on duty in the 10 Stars Palace. It was none other than Yuan Lei, who was on good terms with Ding Yan and Hong Jun previously. When Duan Lingtian fought with Ding Yan and Hong Jun, he did not think highly of Duan Lingtian at all. However, when Duan Lingtian fought with Hong Jun, Chu Fengyang, the Hidden Fog Academy's teacher, wanted to bet with Yuan Lei, but he was rejected. After Duan Lingtian defeated Hong Jun, even Yuan Lei was shocked. He no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Teacher Yuan Lei, the results will be released in 2 hours. Do you know how many points Duan Lingtian got in this trial? Ding Yan walked up to Yuan Lei and looked at him with a deep gaze. It was as though he was trying to figure out something from Yuan Lei's expression. Go away! Yuan Lei glared at Ding Yan. You brat, you have such a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, And you don't even know? Why are you asking me? Let me tell you, up until now, apart from Duan Lingtian himself, teacher Yu Qianshan, and the dean, I'm afraid there's no fourth person who knows about Duan Lingtian's results in the trial. Even for me, I can only wait with you. Ding Yan was naturally disappointed when he heard Yuan Lei's words. Within the 10 Stars Palace Hall, a group of people surrounded a corner of the 10 Stars Palace Hall. In front of them was a formation, and there was a light screen erected within it. Currently, the light screen was completely blank, and there was nothing on it. This was also the light screen that displayed the results of the 10 Stars trials. Although there were still 2 hours before the results were released, most of the 10-star students were already waiting for the results to be announced. Clearly, they were very curious about the results of the 10-star trial. Half an hour later, even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others, who were the strongest 10-star students before Duan Lingtian entered the Hidden Mist Academy, appeared one by one, attracting the attention of the other 10-star students. Then, many teachers of the Hidden Mist Academy also showed up. How lively! It seems that everyone wants to see Duan Lingtian's results with their own eyes. A quarter of an hour before the results were announced, almost all of the 10-star students were present, except for 2 people. One was Duan Lingtian, and the other was Chong Keqi, who was recognized as the crown prince of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian didn't come. That Chong Keqi didn't come either. In fact, there weren't many 10-star students. With just a glance, one could tell who had come and who hadn't. Teacher Chu Fengyang is here. As another figure flashed in from outside, many of the 10-star students' eyes fell on the figure. It was none other than Chu Fengyang. Chu Fengyang was often on duty in the 10 Stars Hall, so he was no stranger to the 10-star students. Only a quarter of an hour left. Now, not only the 10-star students present, but even the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy were looking at the light screen in the corner of the 10 Stars Hall, waiting for the results of the 10-star students' trial to appear. Time passed quietly. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye for everyone present. But now, they felt like a year had passed. Or it should be said that each breath felt like a year. There are only a few breaths left. When the time was almost up, a dignified voice sounded. The originally chaotic breathing in the 10 Stars Hall completely stopped at this moment. Like torches, everyone's eyes fell on the light screen that had begun to change. The first thing that appeared on the light screen was the names at the bottom. The results of the 10-star students were displayed from bottom to top. The results of the people at the bottom were not attractive. Everyone's eyes followed the names. 6th place, Hong Jun, 17,821 points. Hong Jun was the 6th place in the 10-star students' trial. It seems like senior brother Hong Jun's score is the lowest among the 5. Now only the other 4 senior brothers and senior brother Duan Lingtian's scores haven't appeared. The person in 5th place in front of Hong Jun was one of the 5 strongest students before the 10-star students. He was as famous as Hong Jun and Ho Qingning. He had obtained 18,030 points, which was less than 200 points more than Hong Jun. The person in 4th place had less than 100 points more than the person in 5th place. The person in 3rd place had more than 300 points more than the person in 4th place. It seems like senior brother Ho Qingning's score is the highest among them. It's a pity that senior brother Duan is here. If senior brother Duan wasn't here, he would definitely be in 1st place. Under the gazes of the crowd, the name in 2nd place finally appeared. It was none other than Ho Qingning. He actually obtained more than 20,000 points. When Ho Qingning's score appeared along with his name, the people in the 10 Stars Hall were in an uproar. One had to know that in the previous 10-star trial, the number 1 student had only managed to get a score of 20,000 points. That was just a hair's breadth away. However, this time, Ho Qingning's score had exceeded 20,000 points. He obtained more than 20,000 points, but he didn't get 1st place. Senior brother Ho Qingning must be feeling very indignant, right? Many of the 10-star students looked in Ho Qingning's direction with curiosity. However, to their disappointment, after Ho Qingning saw that he was in 2nd place, his face did not reveal any disappointment or unwillingness. He looked at the line above his name with a serious expression, the part that had not yet appeared. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score is going to be revealed soon. Under the gazes of everyone who held their breaths, Duan Lingtian's name finally appeared. Subsequently, the gazes of the group of people descended onto the back of Duan Lingtian's name in unison, and they saw the standard points appear behind it. When Duan Lingtian's score appeared before everyone's eyes, the entire place fell into a dead silence again. The entire 10 Stars Hall was so silent that one could hear the sound of a needle hitting the ground. How is this possible? Some of the 10-star students looked at each other in dismay after they came back to their senses. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were full of unparalleled horror. Are these points real or fake? Isn't this too heaven-defying? All of the 10-star students were in an uproar. Even Hong Jun, Ho Qingning, and the others were stunned. That fellow! While Ho Qingning was dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth also curled up into a bitter smile. Ding Yan was also dumbstruck, appearing to be in a daze. Even the group of Hidden Fog Academy teachers who were standing on the side were speechless when they regained their senses. The corner of Chu Fengyang's mouth could not help but twitch when he saw Duan Lingtian's achievement in the 10 Stars trial. I thought Junior Uncle's estimate of 50,000 points was already overestimating him. Now it seems like I've underestimated him. This Duan Lingtian. He's a monster! Yuan Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. The other Hidden Fog Academy teachers around him also nodded, expressing their deep agreement with his words. At this moment, after Duan Lingtian's name, there was a neatly marked number, 125,613 points. Over 100,000 points. Even if it was just a fraction of 100,000 points, it was still more than the second place, Ho Qingning. I'm afraid this is the most abnormal score in the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, right? A 10-star student said. In the history of our Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, the highest score was only close to 30,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's score this time not only broke the original record, it's even 4 times the original record. 4 times! Senior brother Duan Lingtian can no longer be described as a monster. He's a freak. I didn't expect to witness such a scene in the Hidden Fog Academy before I graduate. This scene is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. As the 10-star students came back to their senses, the atmosphere in the 10 Stars Hall became extremely angry. Among the 10-star students, there was one who didn't look too good. He was a branch disciple of the Chong family, Chong Heliang. Chong Kuchi didn't come, but Chong Heliang did. When he saw the number of points Duan Lingtian had obtained in the 10-star trial, he immediately sent a message to Chong Kuchi, who didn't come, to inform him of the matter. What? 120,000 points? Chong Keki, who was in a middle-grade dormitory, received Chong Heliang's message. He was originally sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, but he jumped up as if his butt was on fire. His face was full of horror. After the shock, his face became very ugly. He didn't go to the 10 Stars Hall today because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would do something to him. Let alone the 10 Stars Hall, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would dare to touch him anywhere in the Hidden Fog Academy. The reason he didn't go was because he didn't want to see Duan Lingtian in the limelight. After all, Teacher Yu Qianshan's performance had already told them that Duan Lingtian was the winner of the 10-star trial. He regarded Duan Lingtian as his and the Chong family's enemy. Naturally, he didn't want to see him in the limelight. However, although he didn't go personally, he sent a message to Chong Heliang and asked him to send the news to him as soon as possible. But now, the news came. He, however, was frightened. Chapter 3659. He got more than 120,000 points in the 10-star trial. When this news spread throughout the Hidden Fog Academy, the entire academy was in an uproar. Oh my God! What kind of monster is that senior brother Duan? In the history of our academy, the best result of a 10-star student was only about 30,000 points. But he actually obtained more than 120,000 points. Yeah, that's crazy. He's not human. It wasn't just the 10-star students who were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Even the other students of the Hidden Fog Academy were shocked by Duan Lingtian's results. Of course, there were some people who were calmer. Most of them were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results have something to do with the monsters arranged by the sect. The strongest monster they arranged was only slightly weaker than Hong Jun's group of 5. It wasn't easy for Hong Jun's group of 5 to deal with, but it was nothing for Duan Lingtian. Indeed. Previously, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hong Jun had to use a Devata artifact to barely fight him to a draw. If Duan Lingtian used his Devata artifact, even the strongest demon beast in the trial grounds would not be able to withstand a few attacks from him. If he makes a surprise move, even the strongest demonic beast in the trial ground may be killed by him in an instant. When Duan Lingtian participated in the 10-star student trials this time and slaughtered those demon beasts, he would definitely slaughter them in a crushing manner. Under such circumstances, his points would naturally explode. Even so, more than 120,000 points is still very shocking. After figuring out the reason, many teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy felt relieved. A few students gradually calmed down after listening to the teacher's analysis. They were no longer as crazy as before. Even so, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was still a lofty existence that they could only look up to. The gap between them was just too big. He was not even 2,800 years old, but he already possessed such strength. In the history of the Hidden Fog Academy, no one was as outstanding as him. In fact, no one was even comparable to him. Senior Brother Duan has created a milestone in the history of the Hidden Fog Academy. I wonder how long it will take for someone to break this milestone. Maybe no one will ever be able to break it. No matter how much the Hidden Fog Academy talked about him, Duan Lingtian didn't know about it. He was now immersed in cultivation. He could feel that the divine power in his body was transforming rapidly. He was getting closer and closer to the upper god realm. A breakthrough was just around the corner. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was still wholeheartedly cultivating, was awakened by someone. The person who woke him was none other than Chu Fengyang. Teacher Chu. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of Chu Fengyang, this teacher that he came in contact with more often. When he saw Chu Fengyang come looking for him, Duan Lingtian asked with a curious expression, "It has already been a month since the last trial?" "Exactly 1 month." Chu Fengyang nodded with a smile. "You didn't forget what the dean said to you a month ago, right? The people from the sect arrived yesterday. But my martial uncle took him to drink all night, so he didn't disturb you yesterday." As Chu Fengyang spoke to hear, there was a trace of helplessness in his voice. "The elder who came is an inner sect elder. In terms of seniority, I should call him senior apprentice uncle. He and my senior apprentice uncle were childhood friends, and the two of them had a very good relationship since they were young. Later, they entered Hidden Fog Academy together, and both entered the Hidden Fog sect, becoming inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect." Duan Lingtian knew that the martial uncle Chu Fengyang mentioned was the teacher who was in charge of his 10-star entrance exam, Yin Hui. It was just that Duan Lingtian didn't expect that solemn-looking old man to have such a side to him. "Yesterday, when we were drinking, I also accompanied them. My martial uncle said to that martial uncle that he thinks highly of you. Once you enter the sect, that martial uncle will take care of you. If you have any problems, you can look for him," Chu Fengyang said to Duan Lingtian as he led Duan Lingtian away. "Before I take you to that martial uncle, you should go greet the dean first." After leaving the 10-star student dormitory and passing through the illusionary white fog formed by the array formation, Chu Fengyang led Duan Lingtian directly to the residence of the Hidden Fog Academy's dean, Murong Suifeng. "Dean." Murong Suifeng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "Duan Lingtian, after you arrive at the sect, you still have to wait for some time before the core disciple exam begins. Before that, you should try to break through to the upper god realm as soon as possible. That way, you will have a higher chance of passing the core disciple exam." The Hidden Fog Sect's Core Disciple exam for intermediate gods was easier than the Core Disciple exam for upper gods. However, it wasn't much easier. Higher deities had an advantage over the rest. If you can pass the Core Disciple exam and become a Core Disciple, at that time, I will give you a gift, Murong Suifeng said. As soon as Murong Suifeng finished speaking, before Duanling Tian could even speak, Chu Fengyang's eyes had already lit up. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Duanling Tian with an envious expression. Duanling Tian, you have to work hard. Not a single thing that the dean personally gives out isn't precious. Duanling Tian looked at Murong Suifeng. His eyes flashed, and he asked with a smile, Dean, if the gift is a recipe for the power brew, I will be very interested. In Duanling Tian's opinion, there weren't many things that Murong Suifeng could take out that would interest him. Unless it was a divine pill, divine fruit, or divine herb that could help his cultivation. Apart from that, he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation methods at all. This was because even the best divine weapon Murong Suifeng could take out couldn't compare to his high-grade divine weapon, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. As for cultivation methods, the cultivation method he cultivated was an ultimate god-level cultivation method that originated from a supreme expert. As long as his talent could keep up, given enough time, he would definitely become an ultimate god. The recipe for the power brew? Murong Suifeng was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but shake his head. You are too useless. If you are interested in the recipe for the power brew, I can give it to you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Suifeng took out a jade slip and secretly infused his divine power into it. Then, he withdrew his divine power and handed the jade slip to Duanling Tian. The recipe for the power brew is inside. As for my promise to you, it doesn't include the recipe. As long as you become a core disciple, I will give you another gift. Thank you, Dean. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he received the recipe for the power brew. However, after hearing Murong Suifeng's words, he still expressed his gratitude. He couldn't tell Murong Suifeng that he wasn't interested in divine weapons or cultivation techniques other than those that could help improve his cultivation. If that happened, even if he didn't say that he had better divine weapons and cultivation techniques, some of his secrets would still be exposed. Once you enter the sect, I can't provide you with too much help. You will have to rely on yourself for everything. In the Hidden Fog Academy, I can cover the sky with one hand, but in the sect, I am only a vice-sect master. Not to mention the other vice-sect masters, even the protectors have the same status as me. Many of the protectors are also deans of Hidden Fog Academies in other cities like Tianfeng City. Before Duanling Tian left, Murong Suifeng told him a few more things. In the sect, it's not just the inner sect disciples. The inner sect elders are also the core disciples. There's also a clear division between the core elders. Since you've left my Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy and entered the sect, it's equivalent to being branded with the Tianfeng City's legacy. Unless you become a disciple of another faction's elder, protector, or vice-sect master, you won't be able to wash away the Tianfeng City's legacy. Murong Suifeng reminded him. Within the sect, if you only have a conflict with people from the Wind City faction, I can help to mediate. However, if you have a conflict with people from other factions, I can't help even if I want to. Murong Suifeng's words also reminded Duanling Tian. Understood. Duanling Tian nodded. Although he didn't expect the Hidden Fog Sect's waters to be so deep, he didn't take it to heart. As far as he was concerned, all he had to do was play his part. He wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. However, if trouble came to him, he wouldn't be afraid. Go, don't let Elder Tang Chun wait too long. After telling Duanling Tian what he wanted to say, Murong Suifeng asked Duanling Tian to find a Hidden Fog Sect elder named Tang Chun. It wasn't hard for Duanling Tian to guess that this should be the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder that came to pick him up. After saying goodbye to Murong Suifeng, Duanling Tian went to find Tang Chun under Chu Fengyang's lead. Tang Chun was still at Yun Hui's residence. Teacher Yun. When Duanling Tian saw Yun Hui again, he quickly bowed to him. Then, he looked at Tang Chun and bowed to him. Junior Duan Lingtian greets Elder Tang Chun. Tang Chun was a tall and sturdy old man. His white hair was draped over his back, looking a little messy. Together with his body, he gave off a wild and unrestrained feeling. Now, he was looking at Duan Lingtian. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he sized up Duan Lingtian. What a handsome little fellow! Duan Lingtian, right? Yunhui already told me to take good care of you. Once you follow me to the sect, if you have any problems, you can look for me. If I can't solve it, I'll do my best to help you. If I can't solve it, then you can only rely on yourself. When Tang Chun spoke, his voice was very rough and bold. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He could tell that this was a straightforward person. This kind of person was generally worth befriending. They did things openly and wouldn't act one way and act another. Thank you, Elder Tang. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. Tang Chun looked at Yunhui and scolded him with a smile. I'll beat you up next time. Today, I'll bring Duan Lingtian back to the sect first. If you have nothing to do, come back to the sect more often to drink with me. You big ape, come to Tianfeng City to find me anytime. Yunhui didn't want to be left behind and scolded him with a smile. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and looked at the two old men who had such a good relationship that it made others envious. His thoughts couldn't help but wander. He thought of many old friends in the past, many of whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Some of them were even no longer in this world. Chapter 3660. Tang Chun was frank and outspoken, but he wasn't a person who only showed one thing on the surface. Even after leaving the Hidden Fog Academy and not being in front of Yunhui, he was still very warm towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, in the history of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, this is the first time a genius like you has appeared. It seems that this time, our Wind City bloodline will be in the limelight in the sect. After leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to bring Duan Lingtian out of Wind City. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to a restaurant and walked in. Elder Tang Chun is overpraising me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. If you can maintain this momentum, even if you can't become a core disciple in the Divine Spirit realm, when you step into the Divine King realm, you will definitely become a core disciple. Tang Chun said with a smile. Once you become a core disciple, you will receive the sect's unstinting cultivation. At the same time, you will enjoy the same treatment as us intersect elders. As Tang Chun spoke, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. In the Hidden Fog sect, that fellow Yunhui and I can only be considered mediocre. We have worked hard for many years and worked tirelessly to reach where we are today. Once you become a core disciple, you will be able to surpass all of our hard work over the years. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chun let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the crowded restaurant and said, The signature dishes of this restaurant are pretty good. In the past, every time I came to Wind City, I would come here for a meal without exception. Let's eat here and then leave. Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't have any objections. There are no private rooms? When he walked into the restaurant, Tang Chun asked the staff if there were any private rooms, but the reply he received was that there were none. Sir, I'm really sorry. It's lunchtime now, so all the private rooms are occupied. Even in the main hall, there are only a few empty tables, and they've just been vacated. Would you like to condescend to sit in the main hall? Facing the restaurant waiter's apology, Tang Chun's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. Sure, you can arrange it for us, the two of us. Guests, please follow me. When the waiter heard this, he quickly and enthusiastically led Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to a table that had just been cleaned up and sat down. After leaving the menu, he went to pour tea for the two of them. The signature dishes here are pretty good. You can try them too, Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. Since Elder Tang Chun is praising the signature dish here, I'm sure it's not bad. I'll satisfy my cravings. After Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun ordered, they waited for a while before the dishes were served. A group of people walked out of a private room in the same restaurant. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely recognize a familiar face. It was none other than the young master of the Zhong family, Chong Keki, who was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Mist Academy. He was widely recognized as the crown prince of the Zhong family. Young Master Keki, it's rare for you to ask for leave. Why don't you stay with us for a few more days? There's no need to rush back. Chong Kuchi walked in the front. Behind him, there were 5 other people. They looked like they were about the same age as him. One of them was talking to him. There's no other way. Chong Keki shook his head and said, I only asked for 2 days' leave. Today is the last day, so I have to go back. When I come out next time, I'll treat everyone to a good meal and have fun. Those who were with Chong Keki were not all from the Zhong family. They were all children of the Zhong family's subordinate families. They usually liked to follow behind Chong Keki, as if Chong Keki was their leader. Chong Keki also liked the feeling of being followed one after another. Young Master Keki. At this time, another person asked in a deep voice. You and the Zhong family hate that Duan Lingtian. Should we find a way to get rid of him? Otherwise, when he goes to the Hidden Mist sect, it will be a big disaster for you and the Zhong family. You think we don't want to get rid of him? Chong Keki turned around and glared at the person who spoke. If he doesn't leave the Hidden Mist Academy, how can we get a chance? During the last 10-star student exam, he did leave the Hidden Mist Academy. But with teacher Yu Qianshan there, even our Zhong family's divine king won't be able to do anything. The reason Chong Keki asked for leave was because he felt that the Hidden Mist Academy was too depressing. Although no one was openly or secretly making fun of him for having his dorm seized by Duan Lingtian, the situation of him being Duan Lingtian's enemy still made him feel like there was a thorn in his back, so he took 2 days off to relax. At the same time, he wanted to personally ask the seniors in his family if they had any plans to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. Today, after coming out of the family, he learned that the family was waiting for the Duan Lingtian to go to the Hidden Mist sect before dealing with the Duan Lingtian. He was in a bad mood. Then, he found a few people behind him and went to the family's restaurant to eat and drink. Now they were about to leave. Chong Keki took the lead and led the few people through the long private room passage to the hall outside. In the Zhong family's restaurant, if you want to leave the private room, you have to go through the hall. Young Master! Young Master! Wherever Chong Keki went, the restaurant's waiters respectfully saluted him. Obviously, they all knew Chong Keki and his identity. Chong Keki ignored these waiters and walked into the hall and out the door. Young Master Chi, your Zhong family's restaurant is really good. Even the hall is full. A young man behind him glanced at the hall and sighed. When Chong Keki heard this, he also subconsciously glanced at the hall. It was this glance that made him unable to move his eyes away. Because he saw a familiar figure, a figure that he often saw in his nightmares recently. Recently, he often dreamed that he was killed by the person in front of him. Duan Lingtian? Why did he come out? Did he also ask for leave? This was Chong Keki's first thought. At the same time, he began to look at the figure across the table from Duan Lingtian. After a few more glances, he concluded that the person was not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. It seems that this person might be his elder. His elder came to Tianfeng City, so he asked for leave to meet with him? And he just happened to come to our Zhong family's restaurant? Chong Keki took a deep breath and began to walk back to the private room passage. This action not only confused the waiters on both sides of the passage, but also the people behind him. Young Master Chi, what's wrong with you? Shut up! Chong Keki directly shouted at the waiters. His tone was very serious, so the waiters did not dare to speak again. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the waiters, Chong Keki began to send a message to several soul beads in his storage ring. The people he sent the message to were his father, Chong Er, the second master of the Chong family, his uncle, Chong Er, and his 2 uncles, Chong Er and Chong Er. Now, Chong Er and Chong Er had returned from outside and were in the Chong family's mansion. When the 4 of them learned from Chong Keki that Duan Lingtian was suspected to be with his family in their restaurant, even if they were in different places, a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chong-er, the patriarch of the Chong family, directly sent a message to Chong-er. Are you in your restaurant? Big brother, I'm here. Chong-er responded immediately. I'm with Chong-keki now. Now send your people to get the disk array. We have to seal the space around the restaurant, and not let any messages out. Then, we have to trap Duan Lingtian and kill him. Duan Lingtian is in the hall, right? See if you can find a way to arrange for them to enter the private room. Then, set up a formation outside the private room to further cut off the connection between him and the people outside. As the patriarch of the Chong family, Chong-er's idea was very clear. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in the restaurant. Yes, big brother. Chong-er responded respectfully. Chong-keki, are you sure the person with Duan Lingtian is not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy? Chong-er asked Chong-keki. Chong-keki responded decisively. Uncle, I've been in the Hidden Fog Academy for nearly 2,000 years. I know all the teachers in the Hidden Fog Academy, but I don't know that person. That person is definitely not a teacher of the Hidden Fog Academy. I understand. Chong-er responded and then said, I'll let your father go over personally. Tell your fourth uncle to wait for your father to arrive before we act. Also, before the formation is set up, don't expose yourself. Don't let Duan Lingtian feel any danger. After killing that Duan Lingtian, you must destroy his body and remove all traces. This way, even if someone recognizes him and sees him enter the restaurant, as long as there is no evidence left, even the dean of the Hidden Fog Academy can't directly deal with our Chong family. This is a good opportunity. Maybe today, our Chong family can completely eliminate this hidden danger. Chong-er's words were very cautious. At the same time, from his tone, it was obvious that he regarded Duan Lingtian as a great enemy of the Chong family. After listening to Chong-er's message, Chong-keki's eyes completely lit up. At the same time, he repeatedly passed on Chong-er's message to Chong-si. At the same time, Chong-si answered and asked his subordinates. When he found out that the sturdy old man next to Duan Lingtian wanted a private room, he immediately called the manservant who served Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to the front. Go and look for the old man and the young man you served earlier. Tell them there's a private room and they can move in. Tell them you're the one who fought for the room for them as an apology for not arranging a private room for them. In fact, this excuse was very far-fetched. However, Chong-si felt that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't know that this restaurant belonged to the Chong family, he wouldn't be suspicious. And it turned out that Chong-si's guess was right. Duan Lingtian indeed didn't suspect anything. Even Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Lingtian, didn't suspect anything. Lingtian wore Reverend P. Lingtian wore Reverend 24520 Dextulp. Chapter 3661. Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun sat in the private room. Seeing that the waiter had helped them get a private room, Tang Chun did not ask the waiter to bring in the remaining half of the food and wine outside. Instead, he ordered another table of food and wine. Thank you, sir. Seeing that Tang Chun was so generous, the waiter bowed and thanked him. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. I will go to the kitchen and ask them to serve you another table of food and wine. After the waiter left, Tang Chun continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you have a partner? I have a little niece who is pretty and beautiful. If you are interested. Before Tang Chun could finish, Duan Lingtian had already interrupted him. Elder Tang Chun, I already have a wife and children. At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Tang Chun, who had been talking with him about other things a moment ago, would suddenly change the topic to this point and start to play matchmaker. Actually, it is normal for a capable man to have several wives and concubines. Tang Chun obviously did not intend to let Duan Lingtian go so easily. Elder Tang Chun, you really don't need to. In the end, Duan Lingtian insisted that Tang Chun give up on introducing a partner to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the person that fourth Elder Zhong sent to the Chong family also got the array disc and rushed back to the restaurant immediately. At the same time, the second master of the Chong family, Chong-er, was also on his way to the restaurant. Let's set up the array first. The person that fourth elder Zhong sent to the Chong family to get the array disc was an old man who was also a capable subordinate of fourth elder Zhong. If Duan Lingtian saw him, he would definitely find him familiar. This was because when Duan Lingtian, Duan Qiaoyu, and Yu Qiushuan were in the private room at the Zhou family's auction, this old man had entered the private room with the people of the Zhou family's auction. The array disc that fourth elder Zhong sent back to the Chong family to get was one of the Chong family's heirlooms. It could be used to set up an extremely ingenious divine array, and the function of this divine array was to block communication. Within the divine array, no messages could be sent out. Duan Lingtian, you will die today! When Chong Si took the disc array to arrange the array formation, Chong Kuchi's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die under the Chong family's arrangement today. A month ago, when he learned that Duan Lingtian had obtained more than 120,000 points in the 10-star student trial, despair had even risen in his heart. He felt that his life was destined to be dark if he had to face such an enemy. Unless he could make the other party die prematurely and be unable to grow. It was also at that time that the Chong family behind him became determined to kill Duan Lingtian. However, although the Chong family wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, they also knew that as long as Duan Lingtian didn't leave the Hidden Fog Academy, and when he left the Hidden Fog Academy, the Chong family would never succeed. But this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly left the Hidden Fog Academy and appeared in the Chong family's restaurant without the Hidden Fog Academy's teachers. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Chong family. A chance to kill Duan Lingtian. With the talent and strength that Duan Lingtian had shown, once he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a big threat to the Chong family. The Chong family wanted to kill him even in their dreams. Now that the opportunity had come, the Chong family naturally wouldn't miss it. Fourth uncle, is everything ready? Chong Kuchi's eyes suddenly brightened when he saw Chong Si return with his people. Yes. Chong Si nodded with a smile and then asked, Why aren't those little guys with you? They haven't left yet, right? No. Chong Kuchi shook his head. I arranged for them to stay in the private room where we ate today, and I didn't tell them what I was going to do. I just said that I had something to do and told them to wait for me in the private room. Well done. Chong Si nodded with appreciation. Now, we just need to wait for your father to come with another array disc and set up the array to seal Duan Lingtian's private room. Once the second array is set up, it will be even safer. At that time, we'll be able to make our move and kill Duan Lingtian. We'll be able to solve this problem for our Zhong clan. As Chong Si finished speaking, his eyes were filled with kindness. Chong Kuchi's face was slightly flushed with excitement, but then he smiled brightly. They say that dreams are the opposite of reality, and now it seems that it is true. In the past few days, he had many similar dreams. In the dream, Duan Lingtian destroyed the Chong family and killed him with his own hands. Every time, he would wake up in fright. In the past few days, he didn't dare to sleep and had been cultivating more seriously than usual. The second master of the Chong family, Chong as Chong Kuchi's biological father, looked somewhat similar to Chong Kuchi, but his temperament was completely different. Chong Kuchi was more like a child. Chong on the other hand, exuded a mature and wise aura. At a glance, one could tell that his identity was not ordinary. Father. Seeing the arrival of Chong Chong Kuchi's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he greeted him with a smile. You're here? In. Chong nodded to Chong Kuchi, and a rare smile appeared on his originally calm and indifferent face. Kuchi, this time, thanks to your timely discovery. Otherwise, our Chong family would have lost an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. Now, which private room is Duan Lingtian and the people around him in? After learning from Chong Kuchi and Chong Si that Duan Lingtian was in the private room, Chong eyes flashed with killing intent. Did you check the cultivation of the old man beside him? No. Chong Si shook his head. Second brother, we don't have a god king among us, so we don't dare to rashly use our divine consciousness to check the people around Duan Lingtian. It's not a good thing to act rashly and alert the enemy and scare them away. And you've done well. Chong-er nodded approvingly. Then, he raised his hand, and a formation plate flew out. In an instant, a formation extended and enveloped the private room, causing the entire room to tremble. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun in the private room sensed the abnormality in the private room. Just as Tang Chun frowned and did not have time to scan the room with his divine consciousness, the door of the private room was slammed open by a huge force with a bang. Following that, 4 figures walked in from outside, 2 in front and 2 behind. Their speed was not fast, and their movements were nothing special, but at this moment, they were eye-catching. To be more precise, they attracted the attention of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. Chong Kuchi? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Chong Kuchi, who was also a 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy. Then, he noticed the old man standing next to Chong Kuchi, who was standing behind the 2 middle-aged men, looked familiar. It was as though he had seen him before, but he could not recall where he had seen him. However, just because Duan Lingtian could not remember, it did not mean that the old man could not remember. The moment the old man behind Chong-er saw Duan Lingtian's face, his pupils shrank sharply, and then his expression changed dramatically. Wasn't this purple-clad young man the same young man he saw in the 9th private room of the Zhou family's auction when the Divine Emperor grade cultivation method was auctioned off? At that time, he went to that private room mainly to investigate the other party's background. That was because the other party had forcibly won the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pellet that the 4th master of the Chong family wanted. Because of that, the 4th master of the Chong family felt that the other party did not give him and the Chong family face, so he wanted to investigate the other party's background and wait until the auction was over to take revenge, or even forcibly take back the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pellet. At that time, he followed the people of the Zhou family's auction into the private room. At that time, there was not only the purple-clad young man in the room, but also a young girl who seemed to be very close to him, and a beautiful woman who was sitting beside her. At first, he did not take the young girl and the beautiful woman seriously. Later, when the 2nd elder of the Thousand Demons sect, Han Ligang, a high-level divine king, spoke rudely to the young girl and was almost killed by the beautiful woman, a group of people, including him, realized that the beautiful woman was a divine emperor expert, and the young girl beside her was called Miss by her, so her status must be very high too. After the young girl and the beautiful woman left, many people started to look for the purple-clad young man who had won the Jia, Yi, and Bing San divine pellet. They all wanted to be friends with him, so that they could establish a relationship with the young girl and the beautiful woman. Based on the young girl and the beautiful woman's behavior, they were at least from a top divine emperor force, or even from an emperor force. However, the young girl and the beautiful woman had left a long time ago, so they all wanted to make friends with the young man whose voice they had only heard before. However, they did not find the young man. Other than the person who had gone to the Zhou family's auction to collect money from the young man, he was the only one who knew what the young man looked like. However, he had never thought that he would see the young man again at this time and place. Why is he here? The old man's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at the old man beside Duan Lingtian. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking at them calmly. The old man was also looking at them, but his eyes were filled with indifference and disgust. Duan Lingtian! Chong Keki stood behind Chong-er. He looked at Duan Lingtian and coldly smiled. I didn't think you would be so bold. You actually dared to leave the academy. Moreover, you don't even have a teacher by your side. Tell me, if you die here today, will the academy find out that it was me who did it? Chong Keki's sneer deepened, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. You want to kill me? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Keki. Then, he looked at Chong-er and Chong-er standing in front of him. Or is it your Chong family that wants to kill me? Chong family? At the same time, Tang Chun, who was sitting beside Duan Lingtian, also had a gloomy expression. The Chong family wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in front of him, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect? Chapter 3662. You are Duan Lingtian? Chong Er's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian as he nodded. Talent and comprehension are a must, and you are a man of striking appearance. If you were willing to join our Chong family, it would be beneficial to both you and the Chong family. Unfortunately, I heard that you refused our invitation and even slaughtered all of our Chong family's disciples in the Hidden Mist Academy's 10-star trial ground. Do you have anything to say before you die? Chong Er looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. Just now, when he came in, he used his divine sense to scan Duan Lingtian and the old man beside him. He confirmed that Duan Lingtian was an intermediate god and that the old man beside Duan Lingtian was a superior god. Because of this, he no longer had any concerns. Under the obstruction of the Chong family's 2 array discs, not to mention 2 gods, even 2 superior god kings would not be able to send out a message. In other words, today, even if the Chong family killed the person in front of them, as long as they did it cleanly, no one would know what happened here. Die. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, then his eyes narrowed as he asked bluntly. Who are you? The head of the Chong family? Humph. Before Chong Er could speak, his son Chong Keki spoke first. Duan Lingtian, this is my father, the second master of the Chong family, Chong Er. And this one beside my father is my 4th uncle, the 4th master of the Chong family, Chong Er. Chong Er? Chong Er? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him, then his eyes fell on Chong Er as a trace of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, 4th Master Chong of the Chong family had long interacted with him. Not long after he came to Tianfeng City, even before he entered the Hidden Mist Academy, he had bid for an item at the Zhou family's auction. The Jia Yi and Bing San divine pill was bought by this Chong Er from the Chong family. At that time, only the 2 of them were left competing. Chong Er? Level 4? Tang Chun, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, sneered. The Chong family is really impressive. However, Zhong Er and Zhong Er completely ignored Tang Chun's sneer. In their eyes, Tang Chun was merely a useless senior of Duan Lingtian, a mere hired deity. They could easily kill someone like him countless times over. Zhong Er had already stepped into the Divine King realm in his early years. Even Zhong Si had also successfully stepped into the Divine King realm a few days ago, becoming a lower Divine King. 2nd Master Chong? 4th Master Zhong? A hint of mockery could be seen on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he looked at the 2 of them mockingly. I wonder if it's the both of you or the Zhong clan's intention to kill me? I can represent the Zhong family. Zhong Er said indifferently. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian was still so calm, he believed that he had the situation under control. Therefore, he was not worried at all. The moment Zhong Er finished speaking, Chong Er, who was standing beside him, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, when his eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again, they were filled with shock and fear. His face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. And the reason why he had such a change in the blink of an eye was entirely because the old man behind him had just transmitted a message to him. The Duan Lingtian in front of him was the person who had competed with him for the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pill at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, when Duan Lingtian had stolen the Jia Yi and Bing San divine pill, he was furious. He swore to himself that he would not let Duan Lingtian off. However, the beautiful woman who had walked out of the 9th private room had displayed her strength as a godly emperor and had crushed the 2nd elder of the 10,000 demons sect, a godly emperor-level sect. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he knew that the person who didn't give him face and took away the 3 divine pellet wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Although he did not know the relationship between that person and the beautiful woman, he did not know. According to the old man behind him, the young lady whom the beautiful woman had addressed as Miss was very intimate with the young man in room 9. It was as if they were siblings. From that moment on, he knew that he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. After that, the beautiful woman and the young lady who had the strength of a divine emperor left. Only the young man did not leave. His first thought was not to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, but to befriend him. At that time, there were many people who had the same idea as him. However, they could not find the young man in the end. Chong-si thought that since the people around him had seen the young man, they would have an advantage in finding him and befriending him. Therefore, he asked the old man to look for the young man's whereabouts. However, they did not find anything. Today, when they were facing Duan Lingtian, a prodigy from the Hidden Fog Academy who was a great threat to the Chong family, the old man behind him told him that Duan Lingtian was the purple-clad young man in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. He had seen him before. Chong-si repeatedly confirmed this with the old man through sound transmission. However, the old man was very certain. Master Chong-si, I can't be wrong. His clothes, his appearance, and his temperament are all the same. Chong-si felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the purple-clad young man's playful expression again, his heart trembled. Duan Lingtian, you've asked enough questions. Get ready to go. Chong-chi, who was standing behind Chong-si, sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. Duan Lingtian looked at Chong-chi deeply, but he did not say anything. At this time, Tang Chun, who was next to Duan Lingtian, stood up at the right time, his eyes flashing with coldness. At the same time, Chong-si also sent a message to Chong-si, telling him that Duan Lingtian was the person in room 9 of the Zhou family's auction. Chong-si was shocked. He never thought that the two people would be the same person. "Si, are you sure?" Chong-si asked again. "Second brother, I'm sure it's him." Chong-si responded. "What should we do now? We, and even the Chong family, seem to have become enemies with him. Pretend you don't know." Chong-si's pupils shrank, and he soon made a decision. He and the people around him are all gods. Even if he dies here, as long as we block the news, no one will know that it was us who did it. Second brother, Chong-chi's friends noticed that Chong-chi was acting strangely today. Chong-si reminded him. After killing Duan Lingtian and the old man around him, kill all those people to prevent future trouble. Chong-si said decisively. Okay. Chong-si's eyes also flashed with a hint of firmness and determination. Perhaps the purple-clothed young man's background was indeed not something that their Zhong clan could afford to offend, but now that their Zhong clan had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with him, there was no way that they would let him go. Once he left, he might send a message to a group of powerhouses to destroy the Chong family. But now, the other party was like a trapped beast in a cage. Even if the other party was related to a godly emperor or even a godly emperor, after killing him, the other party wouldn't be able to find out the cause of his death. If they did not kill the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be destroyed. If they killed the purple-clad young man, the Chong family would most likely be able to survive. It was not difficult to make a choice in such a situation. Just as Chong-si and Chong-si looked at Duan Lingtian again with killing intent in their eyes, a cold snort suddenly exploded in the room like a clap of thunder. It was none other than Tang Chun who had just stood up. Good, very good. Tang Chun's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Chong-si. His complexion was extremely ugly. The Chong family is truly amazing. Amazing! A mere God-King level family actually dares to try and kill a hidden fog sect intersect disciple in front of me? You, and even the Chong family, have really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Tang Chun was truly enraged. For better or worse, he was an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he came to Skywind City was to pick up Duan Lingtian, an outstanding Hidden Fog Academy student recommended by Dean Murong Sui Feng to participate in the core disciple assessment. Even if he couldn't pass the assessment, Duan Lingtian was still a quasi-inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog Academy. It was just that the procedures hadn't been completed yet. Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple? Hearing Tang Chun's words, Chong-si and the others were stunned. Then, Chong Keki sneered and said, "Old man, are you still dreaming that Duan Lingtian can become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect? How laughable! Today, Duan Lingtian, and even you, will die here. Once you die, No matter how outstanding you are, it is impossible for you to pass the Hidden Fog Academy and enter the Hidden Fog sect, let alone become an inner sect disciple. Chong Keki sneered. Chong Si and Chong Si also had cold smiles on their faces. As for the old man behind Chong Si, his eyes flashed with uncertainty. Although Chong Si had just told him about his choice with the Chong family's second master, he still wasn't sure. This was because he had seen the beautiful woman with the strength of a divine emperor and the young girl beside Duan Lingtian at the Zhou family's auction. At that time, the beautiful woman had been sitting to the side, as if she were the servant of the young girl and Duan Lingtian. That scene was something that only he, who had seen it with his own eyes, could clearly feel. He always felt that in this situation, it was unwise to try and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be better to bend down and apologize. Even if he had to pay a certain price, even if he couldn't protect Chong Keki, he should be able to protect the Chong family. After Duan Lingtian dies, I should leave the Chong family, the old man thought to himself. He always felt uneasy in his heart. The Chong family really has good upbringing. Even a junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Tang Chun sneered. Even Chong Si himself has to bow respectfully when he sees me. Chapter 3663. As soon as Tang Chun spoke, Chong Keki was stunned. This old man, even his uncle had to bow and greet him respectfully when he saw him? Chong Keki did not even have time to react. Upon hearing Tang Chun's words, before Chong Keki could react, Chong Keki sneered. Old man, you're just a hired deity. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of us? Aren't you afraid that we'll laugh our heads off? Chong Keki could not help but laugh. You're just a hired deity. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. As soon as Chong Keki finished speaking, a majestic divine power burst out of his body, exuding a majestic and vast aura that caused the atmosphere in the room to stagnate. The aura of this divine power was completely different from that of a deity. Upon sensing this aura, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Chong Keki a higher deity? This divine power aura is not something a higher deity can possess. He broke through and became a god king? Before Duan Lingtian entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he had heard many people at the Zhou clan's auction mention Chong Keki's cultivation. He knew that Chong Keki was a higher deity with extraordinary strength. But now, the faint divine power emanating from Chong Keki's body clearly did not belong to a deity. Oh? Chong Keki has also broken through and become a god king? Tang Chun smirked when he sensed Chong Keki's divine power aura. But I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can kill me with a flip of your hand? Chong Keki's mocking smile deepened. Since you know that I've broken through and become a god king. You're just a higher deity, yet you think I can't kill you with a flip of my hand? Chong Keki, who was following behind Chong Keki, also had a mocking expression on his face. Old man, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, my fourth uncle might be merciful and leave you an intact corpse. Tang Chun didn't pay attention to this junior, Chong Kechi. He looked at Zhong Si and smiled. When did a lower divine king become so presumptuous in front of me, Tang Chun? As soon as Tang Chun's voice fell, Zhong Si didn't feel anything, but Zhong Er couldn't help but frown slightly. This was because he felt that the name Tang Chun was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, even though he had an impression of it, he couldn't recall it at all. Whoosh! Just as Zhong Er was frowning slightly, an even more powerful divine aura swept out from Tang Chun's body. In fact, the moment it appeared, it suppressed Zhong Er's divine aura in one fell swoop. Even Zhong Si's expression changed drastically when he sensed the aura of this divine power. Even his big brother, the head of the Zhong family, didn't have such a powerful aura when he activated his godly power. One had to know that his big brother was a medium god king. Hi! Hi, divine king! When Zhong Er looked at Tang Chun again, his expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect the burly old man in front of him to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He wasn't a higher deity at all. Instead, he was a higher deity king. Only a higher divine king's divine power aura could be so powerful. In the realms of gods, there was no lack of treasures that could conceal one's cultivation base. However, such treasures rarely appeared in Tianfeng City or the surrounding areas. Even if there were, very few people would use them. In this world where the strong were respected, it was too late to show off one's strength. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would intentionally conceal their cultivation base. However, today, he just so happened to meet such a person. A higher divine king who had concealed his cultivation base. At this moment, not only did Zhong Er's expression turn unsightly, but even Zhong Xi's expression changed drastically. Although he had just broken through to become a god king, he knew what his big brother's divine power aura was like. The person in front of him had completely surpassed his big brother's divine power aura. The other party was a higher divine king. Zhong Xi's expression turned extremely unsightly when he recalled how he had threatened the other party earlier. He did not expect the person he had provoked to be a higher divine king instead of a higher divine king. At this moment, Zhong Xi despaired. My lord! Zhong Xi looked at Tang Chun, his voice trembling violently from fear. I was just joking earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Joking? Tang Chun sneered. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? When Zhong Xi heard this, his body trembled again. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with despair. At the same time, he instinctively looked at Zhong Er beside him and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. Second brother, save me! He did not think that even his second brother would be able to save him. After all, based on the background of the young lady and the beautiful woman who had been with Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Lingtian was at least from a divine emperor force. The higher divine king by Duan Lingtian's side was definitely an expert from that divine emperor force. He had already given up all hope. He felt that there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would die. However, in the face of death, he still subconsciously reached out his hand and grabbed Zhong Er as if he was grasping at a straw. At this moment, Chong Keqi, who was standing behind Zhong Er, was also pale with fright. After his body trembled for a while, he slumped to the ground, and the smell of urine rose from his body. Higher divine king. The person he had just mocked was actually a higher divine king? Because he was close to his father, Zhong Er, he had clearly heard Zhong Er's trembling voice. It was because of this that he knew that the other party was a higher divine king. Zhong Er's face was also ashen. However, when he thought of the name that the other party had just said, a light flashed in his mind. He subconsciously looked at Tang Chun and cupped his hands in respect. Senior, are you the Hidden Fog Sect's elder Tang Chun? He remembered. Last time, an elder of his Zhong family who was in the Hidden Fog sect had returned to the family and mentioned the name Tang Chun. It seemed that this elder didn't have a good relationship with Tang Chun, but they were both inner sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they were both from the Hidden Fog sect's Skywind City. They didn't like each other, but they couldn't do anything to each other. Without any hesitation, as he asked Tang Chun, Zhong Er hurriedly used the soul bead in his storage ring to send a message to his big brother, the Zhong family patriarch, Zhong Er. He informed Zhong Er of everything that had happened here. At this moment, not only did Zhong Er remove the formation disc he had brought with him, but he also had his fourth brother remove the formation disc he had sent someone to the Chong family to retrieve the formation disc he had set up. With the two array disbanded, the transmission of messages was no longer restricted. After sending a message to his big brother, Zhong Er hurriedly reminded him. Big brother, hurry up and contact the patriarch. Have the patriarch send a message to Elder Tang Chun. Tell him to spare me, fourth brother, and cheater. This time, only the patriarch can save us. The Zhong family's patriarch was Zhong Er and Zhong Er's grandfather's father. He had a very high status in the Zhong family, and he was also the one with the best status in the Hidden Fog sect. Zhong Er never thought that his second brother, fourth brother, and nephew would provoke a character like Tang Chun. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sent out a message through a soul bead. In the entire Zhong family, only the patriarch had the Zhong family's patriarch's soul bead. Only Zhong could contact the Zhong family's patriarch. In a restaurant belonging to the Zhong family. Inside a private room, under the leadership of Zhong Zhong Si, Zhong Keki, and even the old man behind Zhong Si were kneeling on the ground, their bodies shivering. Elder Tang Chun, we didn't recognize you and offended you. This is our fault. We hope that you can take into account our ignorance, and spare our lives for the sake of our patriarch. Zhong knelt on the ground, his tone sincere as he spoke. What? You won't kill me now? Tang Chun looked at Zhong Si and sneered. Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. Zhong Si's kneeling body violently trembled. Then, he began to beg for mercy. What were you doing earlier? Tang Chun sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The aura of God force around his body began to shake. A terrifying strength began to stir in this small private room. Tang Chun was a higher God King. But today, someone wanted to kill him. Moreover, it was only a small lower God King. How could he endure this? If his strength was inferior to this person's today, wouldn't he have been killed? Elder Tang Chun, please spare my life. After Zhong Si sensed Tang Chun's killing intent, he hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He didn't even realize that he was bleeding. Duan Ling Tian remained seated in front of the table as he watched the scene in front of him. In his opinion, the Zhong clan only had themselves to blame for ending up in such a state. They actually dared to threaten to kill him in front of Tang Chun, an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, they even threatened to kill Tang Chun. They were simply seeking their own deaths. However, I fear that today, Elder Tang Chun will at most kill those who offended him. As for the Zhong family, even if Elder Tang Chun can testify that the Zhong family wants to kill me, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog sect to do anything to the Zhong family just because I am an inner sect disciple. In fact, even if I am a core disciple, as long as the Zhong family doesn't leave behind any evidence, the Hidden Fog sect won't be able to do anything to the Zhong family. After all, the Zhong family has several inner sect elders and no less than 20 outer sect elders in the Hidden Fog sect. When he was at Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian had learned about the Zhong family from Ding Yan and Ho Qingning. He knew that the Zhong family had a deep background. Even within the Hidden Fog sect, they had many complicated hard relationships. Thus, Duan Lingtian knew that the Zhong family wouldn't be so easy to bring down. If he wanted to bring down the Zhong family, he would have to rely on himself. However, as he thought about how he would be able to watch the 3 people from the Zhong family die today, he couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. He didn't feel any pity at all. After all, these people wanted to kill him. Chapter 3664. Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Boom! Rumble! Tang Chun's divine power swept out, fused with ultimates, and his momentum was vast as if it could pierce through the void. His aura was completely locked on to Zhong Si. In Tang Chun's eyes there was a murderous intent. Even Duan Lingtian, who was sitting to the side, could feel the murderous intent from Tang Chun. It was because of this that he felt that the 3 from the Zhong family were unlucky. However, just as Tang Chun's divine power vibrated and was about to make a move, his divine power aura suddenly stagnated and was forcibly held back. To be more precise, he held back a lot. Bang! Accompanied by a soft sound, Tang Chun withdrew most of his divine power and withdrew his ultimates, and hit Zhong Si's body, sending him flying and crashing into the wall on the side of the box. Zhong Si's body fell, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but there was a relieved smile on his face. Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me! Seeing this, Zhong Er's eyes lit up. Just as Heavy Tu's eyes lit up, Tang Chun's divine power once again extended and hit Heavy Tu's body, causing Heavy Tu to fly out and hit the wall and fall to the ground. Zhong Keqi's cultivation was much weaker than Zhong Si's. Even if Tang Chun controlled his divine power well, he was still seriously injured, and he kept spitting out mouthfuls of dazzling blood. Unfilial son, why don't you thank Elder Tang Chun for not killing you? Zhong Er looked at Zhong Keqi and shouted sternly. Chong Kuchi came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked Tang Chun. "Thank you, Elder Tang Chun, for not killing me!" At the same time, Chong Er glanced at Duan Lingtian from the corner of his eyes, and the joy of surviving a disaster in his heart disappeared. When Tang Chun stopped the assassin in time and only injured his fourth brother, he knew that the old master of the Chong family must have contacted Tang Chun and persuaded him to spare his fourth brother, and even him and his son. Otherwise, with Tang Chun's killing intent just now, not to mention him and his son Chong Kuchi, his fourth brother Chong Si would definitely die. However, although their lives were saved, the joy that had just risen in his heart was completely extinguished the moment he saw Duan Lingtian. Even if they did not die today, Duan Lingtian would not let them go. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Bang! With another loud bang, Zhong Er's body also flew off the ground and smashed into the wall. He was injured, but he didn't care about this injury. After thanking Tang Chun for not killing him, he hurriedly sent a message to his elder brother, the head of the Zhong family. "Big brother, even if we survive now, I'm afraid this Duan Lingtian will be our end." At this point, Chong Er recounted everything that Chong Si had told him to his big brother Chong Er. "What?" When Big Brother learned that Duan Lingtian was the young man suspected to be from a God Emperor or God Emperor level force, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? He couldn't figure it out at all. Wasn't the other party just a student of the Hidden Fog Academy? Why did he suddenly have such an identity? Is there a mistake? If he has such a background, why did he enter the Hidden Fog Academy and the Hidden Fog sect? Big Brother questioned. I don't know. Big Brother, what should we do now? I have already opened the array that seals the communication. Maybe he has already sent a message to the God Emperor level or God Emperor level force behind him about what happened here. Why don't we take a risk and let the old master send a message to Elder Tang Chun and ask Elder Tang Chun to let us kill him to prevent future trouble? If he hasn't sent a message, we have won the bet, Chong Er said. That's enough time for him to slowly send a message to the others. However, Big Brother rejected Chong Er's idea. Next, you should try your best to seek his forgiveness. For such a person, it's better not to make enemies if possible. If he is willing to resolve the grudges, our Chong family is willing to pay the price. Even if he asks for an exorbitant price, as long as our Chong family has the ability, we are willing to satisfy him. Big Brother's tone revealed a deep helplessness. From now on, our Chong family can no longer be enemies with him. He didn't know which God Emperor or God Emperor level force Duan Lingtian belonged to. However, he did have a close relationship with a girl that his fourth brother's confidant saw with his own eyes. His fourth brother's confidant was an old man in the Chong family, so it was impossible for him to lie. There was also no need for him to lie. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the girl who was close to Duan Lingtian and looked like Duan Lingtian's brother had been respectfully addressed as young miss by a God Emperor expert. It was obvious that she was his follower. Only the princesses of the top God Emperor level forces or the children of the upper echelons of God Emperor level forces would be able to have a God Emperor as their follower. Such a person only needed to say a word to topple the Chong family and erase their name from the profound Handle land. I originally thought that Elder Tang Chun would kill them. At the very least, he would kill a level 4. I didn't expect that he didn't even kill a single one of them. Duan Lingtian sat at the side and watched everything before him with an indifferent gaze. Tang Chun didn't kill the 3 people in front of him. However, he had clearly seen Tang Chun stop in time. It wasn't hard to guess that Tang Chun had received a message and didn't kill the 3 people from the Chong family for some reason. This time, I won't kill all of you because of Chong Tianqing. However, if you dare to disrespect me again, I won't show any mercy even if Chong Tianqing pleads for mercy on your behalf, Tang Chun said in a low voice after injuring the 3 people from the Chong family. He sat back down and stared coldly at the 3 people from the Chong family. The 3 people from the Chong family hurriedly replied that there wouldn't be a next time. Also, you wanted to kill Duan Lingtian just now? Tang Chun glanced at the 3 people and said, If I'm not mistaken, You want to kill Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Chong family? Elder Tang Chun, you heard wrong. How could we kill Duan Lingtian? When Chong Si and Chong Keki were stunned, Chong Er hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Our Chong family respects young Master Duan Lingtian as an honored guest. If that's the case, why don't you apologize to Duan Lingtian? Tang Chun said in a low voice. When Duan Lingtian heard Tang Chun's words, he knew that the Chong family's attempt to kill him today was destined to go unresolved. If he wanted to get back at them today, he could only rely on himself in the future. It was impossible for him to rely on Tang Chun. Of course, he didn't resent Tang Chun because of this. After all, he didn't have a close relationship with Tang Chun. Tang Chun had already done his utmost for the Chong family to apologize to him. Tang Chun had no obligation to help him further. However, when Chong Si and Chong Kuchi were about to apologize to Duan Lingtian, Chong Er beat them to it. He cupped his hands together and said respectfully, Young Master Duan, my elder brother, the clan leader of the Chong clan, asked me to tell you that no matter what misunderstandings there are between you and the Chong clan wishes to write off all misunderstandings between you and the Chong clan. For this, our Chong family is willing to pay any price we can. Chong Er said. Chong Keki couldn't understand Chong Er's words and couldn't help but frown. Even Tang Chun was now stunned. He just asked the other party to apologize to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a statement. Didn't they understand his words? He said that they only needed to apologize. Did the Chong family have too many treasures? However, at this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself did not expect number 2 to express such a stance. Moreover, number 4 and the old man behind him were not surprised when they saw the expressions of the other 3 people beside number 2. Only Chong Er's son, Chong Keki, was surprised. Obviously, Chong Si and the old man behind him agreed with Chong Er's words and didn't have any objections. This was thought-provoking. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept over the old man behind Chong Si and a thought flashed in his mind. The old man's appearance overlapped with a face in his memory. He remembered. In the past, before he entered the Hidden Fog Academy, he and Duan Xiaoyu had sat together in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house. After bidding for the first, second, and third divine pills, someone from the Zhou family had sent the pills over. Normally, it would be enough for the other party to send the pills over alone. However, the other party wasn't alone. There was another person behind him, and it was an old man. At that time, he found it strange, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought it was a strange rule of the Zhou family's auction house. But now, he remembered. The old man he saw in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house and the old man standing behind Chong Si were the same person. It seems that his appearance in box 9 wasn't a coincidence. Chong Si must have asked him to come over and see who I am. After all, I snatched the divine pill that Chong Si wanted in front of everyone and embarrassed him. He remembered that when he snatched the first, second, and third divine pills from Chong Si was furious. At that time, many people said that Chong Si was vengeful and that he was unlucky. However, he also knew in his heart that Chong Si would be vengeful. Later, when the beautiful woman next to the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu, walked out of box 9 and displayed her strength as a god emperor, Chong Si would definitely not dare to take revenge on him. No wonder he noticed that the old man behind Chong Si looked at him strangely. Apparently, the old man recognized him. With all these reasons, he wasn't surprised that the second master of the Chong family was acting so humble. The Chong family obviously wanted to make peace with him and didn't dare to provoke him. As for the reason, it was because of the mysterious girl, Duan Xiaoyu. Back then, when the old man behind Chong Si saw him in box 9 of the Zhou family's auction house, Duan Xiaoyu was sitting next to him and holding his hand intimately. She even called him brother. War Sovereign Ling Tian. Chapter 3665. If the old man behind Chong Si did not feel anything when he first saw Duan Xiaoyu sitting next to him and affectionately calling him big brother, however, after Yu Qiushuan, the beautiful woman who addressed Duan Xiaoyu as young miss, made a move, The old man must have felt that both Duan Xiaoyu and him were not ordinary people. If you want to read the entire edition for free, please go to Baidu search. What a joke! How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor? How could an ordinary person have the protection of a godly emperor address them as Big Brother? However, this old man must have discovered my identity before this. Previously, he had already recognized my identity, so he must have told Chong Si and Chong Er. Soon, Duan Lingtian thought of something very important. At that time, Chong Si and Chong Si still chose to kill me. It's obvious that they want to kill me here. As for why they're not afraid of me sending a message, it must be because they've set up a formation. No wonder I felt strange movements in the surrounding space 4 times in a row. So it's because of the formation's activation. Duan Lingtian was skilled in the law of space. Coupled with his mastery of the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, his control of space had reached an extremely profound level. Even if he could not sense it, he could still detect the minute changes in the surrounding space. That formation must be a formation that restricts communication. In other words, when they found out about my identity, they already planned to kill me because I was trapped at that time, and could not send a message at all. However, they would never have dreamed that Elder Tang Chun was a godly king expert, and a higher godly king at that. Not long after arriving at this restaurant, Duan Lingtian had inadvertently extended his divine consciousness. When it came into contact with Tang Chun, he discovered that Tang Chun's cultivation base was only at the godly spirit level and not the godly king level. Although he was only at the intermediate godly spirit level, his divine consciousness could still vaguely detect the cultivation base of a higher godly spirit. It was also at that time that he asked Tang Chun this question. Tang Chun told him that when he went out, he would habitually use a secret technique to conceal his cultivation to avoid being disturbed by god kings. Unless one's actual cultivation was on par with his or stronger than him, no one would be able to see through his disguise, even if they used their divine sense to probe. Normally, such people would not disturb him because in their eyes, in this world where the strong were respected, they were on the same level. Clearly, I'm not the only one who is unable to see through Elder Tang Chun's concealment of his cultivation. Even those from the Zhong clan are unable to see through his cultivation. It didn't take long for Duan Lingtian to sort out what had happened based on his guesses. Now that Chong Er was begging for peace, it couldn't be because of Tang Chun. After all, even though 4th Zhong had offended Tang Chun didn't kill him. It was clear that Tang Chun dreaded the power behind the Zhong family. Perhaps some great figure of the Zhong family in the Hidden Fog sect had sent a message to Tang Chun. Or perhaps as long as Tang Chun showed mercy, he could obtain decent compensation. This could be faintly seen from the fact that Tang Chun only asked the Zhong family to apologize to him. Are you sure your Zhong family can withstand any price? As long as it is within your power? Tang Chun was stunned. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chong Er and asked. Yes. Chong Er nodded. Good. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chong Er and faintly smiled. Since that's the case, then I ask Master Chong Er to first show some sincerity. I don't need any other sincerity. Speaking of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on Chong Keki behind Chong Er. Master Chong Er, the grudges between me and the Zhong family are all because of your son Chong Keki. I only have 2 requests for the Zhong family. The first request is that Chong Keki cannot live. Duan Lingtian said. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Chong Er and Chong Keki's expressions changed drastically. Even Chong Er's face became ugly. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Duan, can't you leave some leeway? Duan Lingtian glanced at Chong Er indifferently. When your Zhong family wanted to kill me, did you ever think of leaving some leeway? Without waiting for Chong Er's response, Duan Lingtian looked at Chong Er and said with a mocking expression, Master Chong Er, if the Zhong family can't even fulfill the first request, I don't think there's a need for me to make a second request. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun beside him. Elder Tang Chun, I can't eat this meal. How about I go back to the Hidden Fog Academy and wait for you? At that time, you don't have to run to the Hidden Fog Academy. You just need to send me a message. Before leaving the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun exchanged soul beads so they could communicate with each other. No, I'm not eating either. Tang Chun shook his head. Let's go back to the sect. Although Tang Chun didn't know what was going on, he knew this wasn't the time to ask Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he didn't think the Zhong family would agree to Duan Lingtian's first request. Who was Chong Keki? Although Chong Keki didn't have much of a presence in Tang Chun's eyes, he had heard of him a long time ago. He knew that Chong Keki was a crown prince of the Zhong family and was the first candidate to succeed the Zhong family. Moreover, he was the son of Chong Er. Now that Duan Lingtian said he wanted Chong Keki's life in front of Chong Er, it was already good enough that Chong Er didn't flip out. How could he agree to Duan Lingtian's conditions? Today, even if Murong Sui Feng, the vice-sect master of the Hidden Fog Academy, was here, Chong Er wouldn't agree. However, just as Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with Tang Chun, a scene that shocked Tang Chun appeared. My unfilial son has offended young Master Duan many times. He deserves to die. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his throat rang out. In the next moment, accompanied by a bang sound, blood splattered out in the private room. A body that was originally alive completely fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. It was the Zhong family's second master, Chong Er. In front of everyone, he slapped his son Chong Keki's head and sent him away. Duan Lingtian was indifferent to the scene in front of him, because he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. And this outcome further confirmed his conjecture in his heart. Tang Chun, on the other hand, did not expect Chong Er would agree to Duan Lingtian's first request and kill his son, Chong Kuchi, in front of him. Although Tang Chun had experienced a lot in his life, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw this. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he felt as though this young man who had maintained a calm expression until now had become a stranger. Young Master Duan. Before Chong Keki could even react, Chong Er, who had killed him, looked at Duan Lingtian again. His eyes were red, and his body was trembling because of excitement. There was obviously a terrible emotion brewing in his heart, but he didn't release it. Please state your second request. At this moment, Chong Er's voice became hoarse. The second request is simple. Duan Lingtian looked at Chong Er deeply again and said unhurriedly. That is, it depends on the sincerity of your Chong family. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he raised his left hand and his right hand followed. His thumb and index finger pinched the storage ring on his left hand and kept rotating it, as if he was hinting at something. Seeing this, Chong Er secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chong Er and the old man behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the second request of the young man in front of them was to take their lives. They knew very well that once Duan Lingtian made such a request, their Chong family would definitely satisfy him. After all, in the face of the survival of the huge Chong family, their lives were insignificant. Elder Tang Chun, let's go. Without waiting for Chong Er to agree, because Duan Lingtian knew that there was no need. Even Chong Keki's life was willing to be sacrificed, so the Chong family wouldn't care about some worldly possessions. Tang Chun was still in a state of shock. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian greeted him that he regained his composure. He nodded and left with Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, after we prepare the things, how should we give them to you? The moment Duan Lingtian stepped out of the room, Chong Er finally spoke. Have someone send them to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian lightly said. He obviously didn't plan on going to the Chong family himself. After Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from sight, Chong Er finally couldn't take it anymore. His body shook and he collapsed to the ground. He crawled over to Chong Keki's corpse and whispered, Cheer, don't blame Father, don't blame Father. Father did this for the family. Don't worry, you died for the family today. The family will not forget you, you will be immortalized in the family's history for generations to come. At this time, Chong Er also arrived beside Chong Er. He patted his shoulder and said, Second brother, my condolences. In truth, you could have let me do it. The two brothers glanced at each other. They could see the resentment and helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian left the restaurant with Tang Chun. As they left Skywind City, Tang Chun's apologetic voice echoed in his ears. Duan Lingtian, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Elder Tang Chun, what are you saying? Duan Lingtian shook his head. You didn't do anything wrong to me. Tang Chun wryly smiled. They tried to kill you in front of me just now, but after that I only asked them to apologize verbally. Aren't you angry? Duan Lingtian shook his head again, but this time he didn't speak. It was clear he didn't want to speak. Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Tang Chun's wry smile deepened. Just now, I was actually going to kill Chong Er, but just as I was about to do it, I received a message from the sect. The person who sent me the message was the Chong family's old master. He is also an inner sect elder like me, Chong Tianqing. Chong Tianqing's strength is about the same as mine, but he is very close to a core elder. As he spoke, Tang Chun seemed to deliberately explain his helplessness. Ling Tian, War Reverend. Chapter 3666. In the Hidden Fog sect, core elders were also considered inner sect elders. However, ordinary inner sect elders didn't have a ranking. They were only called inner sect elders. Only the core elders of the inner sect had a ranking, such as the Great Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and so on. In the past, the person who came to Hidden Fog Academy to look for Duan Lingtian and ask him to become his disciple was the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Second Elder. The Hidden Fog sect's inner sect Second Elder was a core elder with a relatively high status within the Hidden Fog sect. Of course, this didn't mean that the Second Elder was the strongest core elder. In the Hidden Fog sect, there were many core elders of the older generation who weren't listed in the elder ranking. But they weren't elders. Instead, they were respected as grand elders. I understand. Listening to Tang Chun's explanation, Duan Lingtian nodded. He smiled and said, Elder Tang Chun, the truth is that you don't need to explain so much. I can understand. After all, in the eyes of the sect, compared to the Zhong family, I'm nothing. As he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth seemed to curl into a wisp of self-ridicule. Duan Lingtian, don't joke around. Tang Chun shook his head and said, Just now, that Zhong family member's attitude towards you changed. I am well aware that it wasn't because of me. There is someone behind you, right? As Tang Chun spoke, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. In order to extinguish Duan Lingtian's anger, the Zhong family's second master Zhong Er didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. To be able to force someone to kill his own son, it could be seen how determined that person was, and that person was the Zhong family's second master Zhong Er. This also meant that in Zhong Er's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone that he and the Zhong family couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And Duan Lingtian's own strength definitely wasn't enough to make the Zhong family fear him. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Tang Chun to guess. There was someone behind Duan Lingtian, someone who could make the Chong family bow and lower their heads. In response to Tang Chun's question, Duan Lingtian only smiled. However, this smile appeared to be unfathomable in Tang Chun's eyes, further confirming his guess. But just now, they really did want to kill you. Knowing that you have an extraordinary identity, they wanted to kill you. Tang Chun did not care much about Duan Lingtian before this. Now, he dared not neglect Duan Lingtian, because he already knew that Duan Lingtian had a powerful trump card behind him. It was a trump card that could force the Chong family to lower their heads and force the second son of the Chong family to kill his own son. Furthermore, he also knew that his actions earlier had chilled Duan Lingtian's heart. Although Duan Lingtian was still polite to him on the surface, he could sense that there was a sense of unfamiliarity between them. They were no longer as close as before. For this reason, he was trying to salvage his relationship with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of the trump card behind Duan Lingtian, since it could force the Chong family to compromise, it meant it was worth it for him to take the initiative to befriend Duan Lingtian. They've set up a spirit formation outside the room. If I'm not mistaken, that spirit formation is used to block communication. At that time, they discovered I was only a higher deity, so they wanted to kill both of us in one fell swoop. That way, no matter how powerful the person behind you is, as long as they can't trace it back to them, they'll be fine. However, they didn't expect the person beside you to be me, Tang Chun. After I revealed my strength and cultivation base, they recognized me and opened the formation to ask for help. After all, the formation would prevent them from communicating with the outside world. Then, the old master of the Chong family, Chong Tianqing, sent me a message asking me to show mercy. He even promised me some benefits. I'll give you half of the benefits when I get my hands on them. After all, to a certain extent, I owe half of the benefits to you. Tang Chun's words conveyed two meanings. It was because of him that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his background was, he would have been assassinated by the Chong family. Apart from that, he was willing to share half of the benefits with Duan Lingtian even though he could obtain some benefits from Chong Tianqing. It could be said that Tang Chun's actions were very sincere. You're right, Elder Tang Chun. How could Duan Lingtian not understand Tang Chun's words? Duan Lingtian will remember Elder Tang Chun's kindness for saving my life this time. I'll definitely repay you in the future. As for the benefits Chong Tianqing gave me, you can keep it for yourself. There's no need to give it to you, Elder Tang Chun. I believe that the great gift the Chong family will give me won't be inferior to what Chong Tianqing gave you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Tang Chun wanted to persuade him some more, but he was rejected by Duan Lingtian. In the end, he didn't insist. After all, he also felt the pain of giving away those things. Although he didn't feel that things had returned to how they were before, Duan Lingtian personally said that he remembered his kindness for saving his life and would repay him in the future. This allowed him to relax. At the very least, Duan Lingtian didn't resent him. In the future, when we reach the sect, I'll repair my relationship with him. Haste makes waste. If I continue now, I'll only go too far. Thinking of this, Tang Chun wasn't in a hurry to repair his relationship with Duan Lingtian for the rest of the journey. And as Duan Lingtian followed Tang Chun out of Skywind City and headed towards the Hidden Fog sect, the mansion of the Zhong clan was not calm either. Inside the Zhong family's ancestral hall, Zhong Kuchi's body was lying on a white bed, and 4 people were standing in front of the bed. They were none other than the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Er, fourth master, Zhong Si, Zhong San, and the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Zhong. Cheer, you died for the clan. The clan won't forget you. I'll arrange for your name to be inscribed in the clan's genealogical records. I'll mention that your death played a part in the clan's extermination, and that your death ensured the survival of the clan. Looking at Chong Kuchi's body lying on the white cloth bed, Chong Kuchi said word by word. His voice echoed in the completely sealed ancestral hall. Second brother, my condolences. Chong San put his arm around Chong Er's shoulder and comforted him with a serious expression. Don't worry, third brother. I can handle it. For the sake of the legacy of the clan, Chier's sacrifice is worth it. Although Chong Er said this, his voice was trembling violently because of the suppression. Second brother. Chong Kuchi looked back at Chong Er and said, I've already activated the layers of formations outside the ancestral hall. No matter how big the commotion is, the people outside won't be able to detect it. You don't have to suppress yourself anymore. Vent your emotions appropriately. Almost at the same time, Zhong Er's robe suddenly exploded. A turbulent divine power swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind blew, causing all the decorations in the ancestral hall to sway. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the ancestral hall. Then, Chong Er stepped out and collapsed in front of Chong Kuchi's white cloth bed, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty hatred. Cheer, father is useless. I can't avenge you. Father is useless. Chong Er continued to growl, his voice growing louder and louder, then gradually fading away. Chong Er then put on a clean robe again, and his whole person returned to his previous appearance. His body no longer trembled from suppressing his emotions. He walked up to Chong Kuchi and squeezed out a smile. Big brother, don't worry, I'm fine. It's good that you're fine. Chong Kuchi placed a hand on Chong Er's shoulder and nodded. We all believe that Cheer can understand you. Even if Cheer had a choice, I believe that he would have sacrificed himself for the sake of the family. Chong Kuchi said. Chong Er smiled bitterly. Chong Er laughed bitterly in his heart. He was very clear about his son. He was definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for the family. If he had a choice, he would never commit suicide. That was why he had taken action personally. He was worried that if he was too late and his son begged for mercy, his heart would soften. Big brother, don't worry, I'm really fine. We can always have another son, but once the family is gone, we're all done for. Chong Er forced a smile on his face and grinned. Big brother. Chong Er then asked Chong Kuchi. That Duan Lingtian's second request is obviously to blackmail our Chong clan. What kind of gift should we prepare for him? When the word gift was mentioned, Chong Er's face couldn't help but darken, his eyes flashing fiercely. It would have been fine if he had made a request, but he didn't. That's the most troublesome part. Zhongde said with a sigh. Before coming to the ancestral shrine, I've spoken to the old master about this matter. The old master's intention is to give half of the divine stones in the clan to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, we'll give half of the divine weapons, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs to him as well. The patriarch also knows about the incident at the Zhou clan's auction. According to his speculation, that girl should be from an emperor-level faction. An emperor-level faction. Originally, when Chong Er, and Chong Er heard that they were going to give Duan Lingtian, they were all very reluctant, as they felt that it was too much. However, when they realized that Duan Lingtian was backed by an emperor-level faction, they immediately gave up on the idea of giving Duan Lingtian compensation. Worldly possessions could be fought for if they were gone. But once the family was gone, everything would be gone. Big brother, I have no objections. Chong Er was the first to express his opinion. I have no objections either. Chong Er also expressed his opinion. As for Chong Er, he also said, I believe in the patriarch's judgment. Old heir, the patriarch wants me to tell you, after that Duan Lingtian goes to the Hidden Fog sect, he will further investigate Duan Lingtian's background. If Duan Lingtian really has a background that our Chong clan can't afford to provoke, then that's fine. But if he doesn't, then no matter how much he eats from our Chong clan, the patriarch will make him spit it out. Chong Er said to Chong Er. Chong Er's eyes flashed with a cold light. He coldly said, If he doesn't have such a background, I will kill him with my own hands. I will tear him to pieces and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 3667. On the way to the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian confirmed with Tang Chun that the Hidden Fog sect's next core disciple assessment would be held in half a year. If you enter the sect now, you will be an inner sect disciple. After becoming an inner sect disciple, you will enjoy all the treatment an inner sect disciple can enjoy. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. Normally, even if you have the vice sect master's recommendation, you will have to wait until the core disciple assessment begins before you can enter the sect. But this time, the vice sect master has recommended you twice in a row. The first time was to recommend you to become a core disciple of the sect. The second time was to recommend you to enter the sect ahead of time and become an inner sect disciple. After all, according to the sect's rules, after a student of the Hidden Fog Academy becomes a 10-star student, they will need to stay for a certain period of time before they can enter the sect. This is the first time the vice sect master has recommended someone to enter the sect ahead of time since he became the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. And because it was the first time, the sect quickly agreed. If it was the second time, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. After listening to Tang Chun, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the dean of Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. He never imagined that Murong Suifeng had done so much for him in secret. He didn't doubt Tang Chun's words. After all, he would be able to find out for himself when he arrived at the Hidden Fog sect. There was no need for Tang Chun to lie. The sect's encampment is up ahead. Under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog became, and the more it blocked his line of sight. In the past, it was not like Duan Ling Tian had never been to a sect or clan's estate that was covered by a formation. However, those sects and clans' estate only had a few layers of fog at most. But now, under Tang Chun's guidance, Duan Lingtian passed through dozens of layers of fog. Moreover, the fog became thicker and thicker. His visibility was less than 100 meters and his divine sense was restricted as soon as he extended it. It was clear that this fog was condensed by an array formation. "We're here." It wasn't until he passed through the 99th level of fog that Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with light. Tang Chun's voice also sounded out, telling Duan Lingtian that they had arrived at the hidden fog sex station. Duan Lingtian looked over, and what entered his eyes was no longer lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, but a vast grassland instead. Moreover, on the grassland, there was an extremely enormous floating island that floated in the horizon, and it was like the gathering of celestial beings. The area of the floating island was very large. At first glance, Duan Lingtian felt that it was at least as large as 1,000 Skywind cities. There were buildings, natural mountain ridges, and barren hills on the island. It was clear that this was the hidden fog sex station. And outside the hidden fog sex station, the floating island was surrounded by a layer of fog. The scenery within flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes, faintly discernible. "The 99 layers of fog I brought you through just now is the sect's protective array formation. If you aren't someone from the sect, it would be impossible to pass through those array formations so smoothly," Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. "I have an inner sect elder status token on me, so I can bring people in and out, but I can only bring 3 people in at most. And this is because I am an inner sect elder. If you are an outer sect elder or an inner sect disciple, you can only bring 1 person in. As for outer sect disciples, they don't have the qualifications to bring anyone in. They can only come in alone. Of course, core disciples have the same treatment as inner sect elders. They can bring 3 people in. If there are too many people, you can only notify the others in the sect and have them come out to help you. If you force your way in, you will trigger the attack of the sect's protective array formation. Anyone below the Divine Emperor realm will undoubtedly die. Even an ordinary Divine Emperor will be severely wounded." As Tang Chun spoke, Duan Lingtian realized just how terrifying the 99 layers of fog they passed through were. To be more accurate, it was how terrifying the hidden fog sect's protective array formation was. Besides the sect's protective array formation outside, there is another sect's protective array formation within the sect. Look at the thin layer of fog around the sect station. It seems ordinary, but the truth is that it is the embodiment of the sect's protective array formation. Those who don't have an identity token can't enter this place. Although I can bring you through the outer sect's protective array formation, I cannot bring you through this array formation. If you want to pass through this array formation, you must obtain the permission of the sect's sect protection hall. Speaking of this, Tang Chun earnestly explained. The so-called sect protection hall is a hall that protects the sect, and that hall's duty is to protect the sect. The people in the sect protection hall are all die-hard loyalists of the sect, or perhaps, they are death warriors. As Tang Chun finished speaking, he vigilantly glanced around. Then, he finished speaking with a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. They are all people who have made hard demon blood oaths to pledge their loyalty to the sect. If they dare to betray the sect, only death awaits them. If outsiders wish to enter the sect, they must be personally led in by a high-level core elder or above. As for everyone else, they must obtain their permission before they can bring others in. As Tang Chun spoke to hear, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of the Hidden Fog Sect's sect protection hall. The Hidden Fog Sect controls entry and exit very strictly. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun. He smiled and said, "It can even be said that they are overly cautious. Did the Hidden Fog Sect suffer losses in the past because of this? It is said to be so, but as for the truth of the matter, I am not sure." Tang Chun nodded and then shook his head. "But the sect's measures are indeed stricter than those of other Divine Emperor-level influences. In fact, those Divine Emperor-level influences are not as strict as our sect in this aspect." Hearing Tang Chun say this, Duan Lingtian knew that the Hidden Fog sect must have suffered losses in the past. However, Tang Chun actually didn't know the ins and outs of this matter. It seemed that the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect weren't willing to mention this matter, so even an inner sect elder like Tang Chun didn't know. Duan Lingtian, I have already contacted the people in the sect protection hall. Wait a moment, someone will come out to lead us in. Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. Once you enter the sect and go through the procedures to become an inner sect disciple, you will be able to bring your identity token and freely enter the sect. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, the two of them waited here. After several dozen breaths of time, a figure flashed out from behind the mist on the floating island in front of them. After several transformations, the figure appeared like a ghost in front of Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. His face was grave and stern. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Elder Duan Lingtian, is this the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student you brought back? Yes. Tang Chun nodded. At the same time, he introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this is the Sect Protection Hall's 3rd Hall Master. At the same time, he told Duan Lingtian that there were a total of 10 Hall Masters in the Sect Protection Hall, and each Hall Master had 100 death-sworn subordinates. Of the 10 Hall Masters of the Sect Protection Hall, 2 were Divine Emperor powerhouses and the other 8 were outstanding Upper God Kings. As for the group of death-sworn in the Sect Protection Hall, the weakest was a Lower God King. There are 1,000 God King level death-sworn in the Sect Protection Hall? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was startled. After all, these were death-sworn and not ordinary Hidden Fog sect disciples. 3rd Hall Master. Duan Lingtian greeted the newcomer in a timely manner. But the newcomer didn't respond. He said indifferently, Take out your Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student identity token. Duan Lingtian withdrew his identity token when he heard this and passed it over to the other party. After the newcomer confirmed it, he nodded and stretched out his hand. An invisible force swept out and covered Duan Lingtian's body. Don't resist. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. As the indifferent voice sounded, Duan Lingtian relaxed his body. In the next moment, he found himself being led through the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect protection array and officially entered the Hidden Fog sect's encampment. Tang Chun followed behind them. Thank you, 3rd Hall Master. Tang Chun looked at the 3rd Palace Master of the Sect Protection Palace and thanked him. However, the 3rd Palace Master did not even look at Tang Chun as he turned around and left. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian and Tang Chun's eyes. The people of the Sect Protection Hall are indifferent by nature. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Tang Chun smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to handle the inner sect disciple entrance procedures. Tang Chun called out to Duan Lingtian and led Duan Lingtian to handle the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciple entrance procedures. And with Tang Chun, an inner sect elder personally leading the way, the procedures were very efficient. In less than an hour, everything was done. Duan Lingtian, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll call someone over to take you to the inner sect disciples cultivation area. After handling the procedures, Tang Chun said to Duan Lingtian. Not long after he spoke, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. To be precise, it was a beautiful figure. This was a woman wearing a long red dress. She had a beautiful face. Although she couldn't compare to Duan Lingtian's 2 wives or Huaner, she was still a rare beauty among ordinary women. Wuyan greets granduncle. After the woman appeared, she respectfully bowed to Tang Chun. But from the corner of her eyes, she glanced at Duan Lingtian. There was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. Haha! Wuyan Grandmaster has other matters to attend to. I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you. Tang Chun smiled at the woman, his grandniece, Tang Wuyan. Duan Lingtian just arrived. Show him the way. Tang Wuyan was a junior of the family behind Tang Chun. She was also the most outstanding junior after Tang Chun, and the only one to enter the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect. As for the other juniors, even if they were men, the one who did the best was only an outer sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect. After speaking to Tang Wuyen, Tang Chun looked at Duan Lingtian. He smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, this is my grandniece, Tang Wuyen. She is also an inner sect disciple. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Next, she will take you to the inner sect disciples cultivation area. Chapter 3668. Wuyen, take good care of Duan Lingtian. If you neglect Duan Lingtian, I won't forgive you. After Tang Chun said this, he left. At the same time, when he left, the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He had asked his grandniece, Tang Wuyen, to come over on purpose. Did he really have something to do? Of course not. He just wanted to create an opportunity for his grandniece. When he left the Hidden Fog Academy and went to the Zhong family's restaurant to eat, he wanted to introduce his grandniece to Duan Lingtian. He was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's future and felt that Duan Lingtian would lead their Tang family to greater heights and further heights in the future. However, Duan Lingtian said that he already had a wife and children. Moreover, he clearly wasn't interested, so he didn't say anything. Later, when he saw the Zhong family's people humble themselves in front of Duan Lingtian, the Zhong family's second master, Zhong Er, killed his own son in order to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. At that moment, he knew that his understanding of Duan Lingtian was like a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Because of this, when he brought Duan Lingtian back to the Hidden Fog sect, he planned to matchmake Duan Lingtian and his grandniece, Tang Wuyen. He was very confident in his grandniece, Tang Wuyen. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, the number of female disciples was less than the number of male disciples, let alone outstanding female disciples. As for his grandniece, Tang Wuyen, she was ranked in the top 3 among the younger generation of female disciples. Most importantly, his grandniece was very beautiful. She was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 beauty in the inner sect, and many male inner sect disciples were jealous of her. There were even some core male disciples who came to his door, wanting to marry his grandniece. He naturally wanted his grandniece to marry a core disciple. This was because any core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would have an excellent future. They would definitely be much better than him. But the problem was that his grandniece, Tang Wuyen, didn't like them. His grandniece, Tang Wuyen, was a strong and unyielding woman. At least, he couldn't decide her life. Unless there was a man she liked, no one could force her to do anything. If she really had to be forced, she would rather die. Because of this, although Tang Chun wanted to find a good home for her and make the family behind her better, he also knew that he couldn't force this grandniece of his. It could be said that it had been a long time since he had arranged a blind date for his grandniece. This time, if not for the fact that Duan Lingtian was really outstanding, he would not have thought of introducing his grandniece to Duan Lingtian and matchmaking them. Smokeless, there's one thing that granduncle wants to make clear to you. Duan Lingtian told me himself that he has a wife and children. If you mind this, then just be friends with him. There's no need to try to get close to him. When Tang Chun left, he did not forget to remind Tang Wuyen. When Tang Wuyen heard Tang Chun's voice transmission, she didn't say anything. Tang Wuyen didn't like any man. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her was good-looking and had a good temperament, in this world where the strong were respected, this was not the most important thing. Tang Wuyen liked men who could conquer her in all aspects. If a man could make her fall in love, she wouldn't let him go even if he had many wives and children. In her eyes, it was normal for a powerful man to have many wives and concubines. As for whether she would be neglected after she got together with that man in the future, she was confident in herself. She was confident in her appearance and her strength. She, Tang Wuyen, was not a vase. She believed that no matter how many women the man she liked had, she would be the one that her man couldn't live without. The other women were destined to be green leaves, complementing the fresh flower that was her. Come with me. Tang Wuyen glanced at the man in front of her indifferently, and greeted him indifferently. Then she led the way. Duan Lingtian didn't react to this. He followed behind her calmly, and didn't say a word along the way. However, he thought more highly of Tang Huiyan in his heart. He didn't even need to guess to know that Tang Huiyan's appearance here was Tang Chun's doing. Tang Chun had mentioned his grandniece when he wanted to introduce her to him. It must be this woman in front of him. If Tang Huiyan had approached him passionately, he would have looked down on her. Now, seeing that she was ignoring him, Duan Lingtian was secretly relieved. At the same time, he thought more highly of her. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with women who were throwing themselves at him. If there's anything you want to ask, you can ask me. Although Tang Huiyan wasn't so enthusiastic towards Duan Lingtian, she wasn't silent either. After walking for a while, she introduced the surrounding buildings to Duan Lingtian. These buildings were either a hall in the Hidden Fog sect that was in charge of a certain aspect, or the residence of a core elder or inner sect elder. In the Hidden Fog sect station, the residence of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups wasn't gathered together. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the entire Hidden Fog sect was the same no matter where they were. Therefore, the cultivation resources they could enjoy were the same no matter where they lived. This also led to the residences of the Hidden Fog sect's higher-ups being distributed in every corner of the Hidden Fog sect station. That's the second elder's residence. When Tang Huiyan brought Duan Lingtian over a spacious building that resembled a small palace, she introduced it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, this isn't just the second elder's residence. It is also where he cultivates. In fact, most of his disciples cultivate here. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, his heart stirred. He remembered that when he was still at Hidden Fog Academy, there was a person who claimed to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. This person wanted him to become a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but Duan Lingtian refused. Then, that person flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to attack Duan Lingtian, but the person behind him stopped him in time. How many second elders are there in the Hidden Fog sect? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Just one, Tang Huiyan said. Within the Hidden Fog sect, there have always been a total of 19 core elders. The second elder is one of them. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are only 19 core elders. Apart from the 19 ranked core elders, there are some other core elders. They are grand elders in the sect, and their status is even higher than the 19 ranked core elders. At the very least, they are on par with the vice sect leader. Among the highest elders, there are a few who are even stronger than the sect master, and they are basically the sect master's elders. In addition, there are also 19 protectors in the sect. Their status is equal to the vice sect master and some highest elders. They are above the 19 core elders. After listening to Tang Huiyan, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that this small group of buildings surrounded by walls was the honorable master of the person who called himself Tu Feng. He was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Perhaps that Tu Feng also lived here. With our speed, we can reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation area in at most a quarter of an hour, Tang Huiyan said to Duan Lingtian. If they directly rushed to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, it would only take a few dozen breaths of time. But now, they had to introduce some of the buildings to Duan Lingtian, so it would naturally take a lot of time. Thank you for your trouble. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. At the same time, the moment they moved, he glanced at the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's residence from the corner of his eye. A familiar figure stepped into the air and looked in his direction. It's not that Tu Feng. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this person wasn't the aggressive Tu Feng of the past. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, feeling that he was being too sensitive. Then, he continued to follow Tang Huiyan. And now, the person who stepped into the air was indeed not Tu Feng. However, Duan Lingtian felt that this person was familiar. It wasn't because he was being too sensitive, but because this person had indeed appeared in front of him before. This person was the one who had followed Tu Feng to look for Duan Lingtian. The gray-robed youth standing behind Tu Feng was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother, another disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. That is Duan Lingtian? A wisp of surprise flashed through the young man's eyes, and then he sent a message. Huangli, send a message to Tang Huiyan and ask her who that young man behind her is. Well, don't tell her that I asked you to ask. Tell her that someone saw her with a young man in purple and told you. Huang Li was also an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. She had a good relationship with him, and was also on good terms with Tang Wuyan. Meng Xinghan, don't tell me you've also fallen for Wuyan? Huang Li teased. Otherwise, why would you suddenly ask me to ask about this? You're thinking too much. I just feel that the purple-clothed youth behind her looks familiar. I want to confirm his identity. Hurry up and help me ask. I'll treat you to a meal later. Meng Xinghan was the fourth disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. He was also Tu Feng's junior apprentice brother. Meng Xinghan didn't wait long before he received Huang Li's message. Meng Xinghan, I've asked. The purple-clothed youth behind Wuyan is a 10-star student from Wen City's Hidden Fog Academy. He just reported to the sect today and became an inner sect disciple. I never thought that Vice Sect Master Murong would allow a 10-star student from Wen City's Hidden Fog Academy to enter the sect in advance. It is said that Vice Sect Master Murong also recommended him to become a core disciple. In half a year, he will participate in the core disciple assessment. You said he looked familiar, is it him? Huang Li asked. Thank you. Meng Xinghan thanked Huang Li, and no longer paid attention to her. He stepped into the air and landed, but he didn't return to the building he came from. Instead, he went to another building. Eldest senior apprentice brother, are you free now? Chapter 3669. Fourth junior brother, what's the matter? A figure stepped into the air from the building in front of Meng Xinghan, and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. If Duan Lingtian was still here, he would definitely recognize this person at a glance. It was Tu Feng, the one who had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy to recruit him as a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, but was rejected by him. At that time, after he rejected him, Tu Feng showed a very unfriendly attitude. It was as if he couldn't wait for him to die before he entered the Hidden Fog sect. Eldest senior brother, do you remember that 10-star student from the Hidden Fog Academy, Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian, the person who became the strongest 10-star student in the Hidden Mist Academy as soon as he entered the academy. He even accumulated more than 120,000 points during the 10-star test. Not only did he break the Hidden Mist Academy's record, but he even surpassed the previous record by 3 times. Meng Xinghan asked. Although he and his senior brother, Tu Feng, had gone to the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City to look for Duan Lingtian before the 10-star student trial began, they were still shocked when they heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the 10-star student trial in Skywind City. Moreover, according to their idea, that was the best opportunity for the God King level family to kill Duan Lingtian. But in the end, Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course I remember. Tu Feng's eyes flashed. I heard from Master that Vice Sect Master Murong recommended him to enter the sect in advance and become an inner sect disciple. At the same time, he recommended him to participate in the core disciple assessment. I just didn't expect him to come so quickly. Although Tu Feng's tone was calm, the depths of his eyes flashed with a cold light, like a sword. Eldest senior brother. Meng Xinghan said with a dignified expression, that Duan Lingtian is now an inner sect disciple of our Hidden Fog Academy. Even if you are dissatisfied with his previous response, it's best not to act against him. You also know the rules of the sect. Meng Xinghan knew that this eldest senior brother of his was famous for having a violent temper, and he was deeply afraid that his eldest senior brother would come looking for Duan Lingtian to vent his anger once he was displeased. I know. Tu Feng replied impatiently. Did you come to me just to remind me? Yes. Meng Xinghan smiled bitterly. He had come to look for his eldest senior brother not only to tell him that something unexpected had happened to Duan Lingtian, but also to remind him not to make a move against Duan Lingtian without permission. Once things got out of hand, perhaps even their master would not be able to save him. I'm not that stupid. Tu Feng disdainfully said. Since that Duan Lingtian has come to the Hidden Fog sect, I, Tu Feng, have plenty of methods to deal with him. There is no need for me to personally act. Moreover, he isn't worthy of me personally acting. Although Tu Feng wasn't a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, he was still a relatively famous existence amongst the inner sect disciples. A part of the reason he was famous was because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. But a greater part of the reason was because of his strength. He was a god-king powerhouse amongst the inner sect disciples. A lower divine king who was less than 10,000 years old was rare even among the inner sect disciples. That's good. Meng Xinghan relaxed as he heard this. All right. If there's nothing else, you should cultivate diligently and try to break through to the God-King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, that Duan Lingtian will catch up to you soon. Tu Feng waved his hand at Meng Xinghan and then left by himself. He didn't return to his residence but instead went far away. Meng Xinghan looked at Tu Feng's departing back, a helpless look in his eyes. He knew that this eldest senior brother of his was definitely looking for someone to deal with Duan Lingtian. He understood his eldest senior brother's personality better than anyone else. He was the type that couldn't suffer any losses. Last time, he had lost face because of Duan Lingtian, so he held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. He had always been unwilling to accept this. Before Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, things weren't so bad. It was difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. But now that he was here, he naturally wouldn't miss any chance to deal with Duan Lingtian. I hope eldest senior brother won't make things worse. That Vice Sect Master Murong rarely places so much importance on a person. For him to recommend Duan Lingtian twice in a row shows just how much he values him. Meng Xinghan sighed and returned to his residence. He and Tu Feng were both disciples of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Their residence was in their honored master's residence. Duan Lingtian followed behind Tang Wuyan, following her all the way to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Along the way, Tang Wuyan patiently introduced and explained to Duan Lingtian. That is Fourth Elder's residence. Most of Fourth Elder's disciples also live in that place. The upper echelons of the sect basically let their family, or disciples live under the same roof. This is more convenient for communication and also more convenient for teaching. The inner sect disciples that live in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area are basically all inner sect disciples that haven't joined any of the upper echelons of the sect. There are some inner sect disciples that the upper echelons want to accept as disciples. But they either think they already have an honored master and aren't willing to join anyone else. Or they are arrogant and think that the person who wants to accept them as a disciple isn't qualified to be their honored master. Of course, there are even more inner sect disciples that don't have high status in the upper echelons because of their ordinary performance. As for the upper echelons of the sect, they are self-aware and know that the inner sect disciples might not take them seriously. Thus, they don't go and ask for humiliation. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyan glanced at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Your Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who is also our Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master Murong. I don't think he mentioned accepting you as a disciple? Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, Dean Murong Sui Feng didn't mention accepting him as a disciple. Do you know why? Tang Wuyan looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian to speak, she continued. With your talent and comprehension, not to mention Vice Sect Master Murong, even many Grand Elders and Guardians who have the same status in the sect as Vice Sect Master Murong, or even higher Guardians, want to accept you as a disciple after your results in the 10-star trial at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy came out. Why? Duan Lingtian asked. In fact, this was also what he was puzzled about. When he first met Murong Sui Feng, he was already prepared for the possibility that Murong Sui Feng wanted to accept him as a disciple. He also thought about how to refuse. But in the end, Murong Sui Feng didn't say a word. At that time, he was thinking, could it be that Murong Sui Feng found out about his response when Tu Feng came to find him? However, based on what Tang Wuyan had just said, it didn't seem to be that simple. Vice Sect leader Murong used to have a disciple whom he doted on very much. However, that disciple died prematurely in the end. After his disciple died, he swore that he wouldn't accept another disciple. Of course, he didn't swear a blood oath. Tang Wuyan continued. Even if he didn't swear a blood oath, according to my granduncle, he wouldn't go back on his words. My granduncle knows Vice Sect Master Murong very well about this. Speaking of this, Tang Wuyen's eyes glinted with respect for Murong's Sui Feng. Then, Tang Wuyen looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, when the news of your arrival in the sect spreads out, I'm afraid many guardians and grand elders will want to accept you as a disciple. When the time comes, you have to think carefully about which guardian or grand elder you want to become a disciple of. However, my advice to you is, try your best to become a disciple of Wind City. That way, you'll be better taken care of. After all, you're from Wind City. Tang Wuyen was Tang Chun's grandniece. Although she was not born in Wind City, Tang Chun had taken Wind City's side in the sect. Therefore, when she entered the sect, she was labeled as a member of the Wind City faction. If you join another sect, you'll naturally be taken care of. However, they might doubt your loyalty. After all, you're from Wind City. Of course, what I've given you is just a suggestion. It's up to you to make the final decision. In the end, Tang Wuyen added, I hope my words won't affect you. No matter what you choose, it's your freedom. The Wind City branch won't target you just because you joined another branch. After all, you're from the same sect. After hearing Tang Wuyen's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. After crossing the mountains in front, we'll reach the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Tang Wuyen led Duan Lingtian through a building and arrived in front of a mountain range. She looked at the towering mountains in front of them and spoke to Duan Lingtian. In the sect, there are thousands of inner sect disciples. Among them, only 10 to 20% are disciples of the upper echelons. Most of the inner sect disciples usually stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. There are also some who go out to gain experience and haven't returned. There are also some older ones who are helping the sect manage some businesses outside. Usually, there are only 1,000 or so people who stay at the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds. After Tang Wuyen finished speaking, she led Duan Lingtian over the mountains and arrived at a vast hilly area. In front of them was a hilly area. It was uneven and complicated. And in every corner of this hilly area, there were stone and wooden houses. Moreover, these stone and wooden houses were all different. They didn't look like they were built by the Hidden Fog sect specifically for inner sect disciples. The residences here are all built by the inner sect disciples themselves. The cobwebbed areas are unoccupied. You can clean them up and live there. You can also build your own house. Tang Wuyen said. As for the other things that inner sect disciples need to pay attention to, you can look through the memory jade slip that inner sect disciples receive when they go through the sect entrance procedures. You'll be able to understand it clearly. If there's anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. As Tang Wuyen spoke, she took out a soul bead and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian received the soul bead, he also handed over his own soul bead. I'll have to trouble you today. If there's anything I can help you with, you can also look for me. Chapter 3670. Along the way, Tang Wuyen patiently introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Furthermore, other than the introductions, she did not talk about anything else with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that Tang Wuyen was not interested in him. It was probably because of Elder Tang Chun's instructions. He heaved a sigh of relief and accepted Tang Wuyen's guidance. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. Tang Wuyen smiled faintly but did not reach out to take Duan Lingtian's soul orb. It was as if she had no intention of contacting Duan Lingtian again. Keep it. You never know when you will come to me for help. Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not like to owe people favors. Although this journey was a piece of cake for Tang Wuyen, Duan Lingtian knew that most people would not trouble Tang Wuyen to personally lead the way. Along the way, he could clearly feel the pride in Tang Wuyen's bones. She was one of the most prideful women he had ever met in his 2 lifetimes. Of course, he knew that Tang Wuyen was leading the way mostly because Elder Tang Chun wanted to matchmake them. However, he was not the only one who did not cooperate. Even Tang Wuyen, Tang Chun's grandniece, did not cooperate. All right. In the end, Tang Wuyen accepted Duan Lingtian's protection. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to do so. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It was rare for him to personally give away his soul orb, but he was almost rejected. Then I'll leave first. Before Tang Wuyen left, she said to Duan Lingtian, quickly look through the memory jade slip that contains the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook that you obtained at the place where you went through the formalities earlier. That will help you avoid unnecessary mistakes. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded in response before he watched Tang Wuyen leave. Only then did he turn around and descend to the hill where the Inner Sect disciples cultivated. After that, he found a stone house that was filled with cobwebs and chose it as his place to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, and with the help of his divine power, a gust of wind raged. Immediately, the stone house that was originally covered in cobwebs was swept clean. Even the most stubborn of dust could not stop the wind caused by his divine power. After sweeping the stone house, he entered the stone house. At the same time, he took out a square disc array that he had just received from the place where he had gone through the formalities. This disc array was something that every Inner Sect disciple could receive. It was used to place in one's own training area. Not only could it prevent others from disturbing one's training, it could also protect oneself. The array formation set up by this array disc could only be broken by existences above the God King level. Even if it was broken, it would alert the Inner Sect elders who were in charge of the Inner Sect disciples' cultivation grounds. Once the Inner Sect elders were alerted, they would immediately rush to the location where the array disc was broken. Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. After sitting down on the stone bed, Duan Lingtian took out the memory jade slip that he had just received. He extended his divine sense and fused it with the jade slip. Immediately, a large amount of information flooded his mind. As for him, he carefully and earnestly read through it. This Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mainly introduced some very basic things. For instance, the rules of the Hidden Fog sect as well as some rules of the Inner Sect. Once one violated these rules, they would be punished. These were like the laws of Duan Lingtian's previous world. However, these laws only applied to the land of a country. As for the Hidden Fog sect's rules, they only applied to the Hidden Fog sect disciples and elders. There were many things recorded in the Inner Sect Disciples Handbook. Duan Lingtian spent several hours reading through it. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the Hidden Fog sect. The Hidden Fog sect is only a divine emperor-level sect, yet they are so rich and overbearing. An Inner Sect disciple can receive 10 divine stones every month, and there is no threshold. In addition, those who don't receive it this month can accumulate it until next month. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Although he had more than 100,000 divine stones in his hands and didn't care about 10 divine stones a month, when he thought of the number of Inner Sect disciples in the Hidden Fog Academy, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. In a month, the Hidden Fog Academy gave out tens of thousands of divine stones to the Inner Sect disciples. Just 1 month. Moreover, this didn't include the core disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect elders, protectors, grand elders, and so on. However, the cultivation environment here is indeed better than the Hidden Fog Academies. In addition, every half a year, the Inner Sect disciples have a celestial stairway struggle. It is targeted at God Spirit level Inner Sect disciples and God King level Inner Sect disciples. Those who rank at the top will receive generous rewards. Moreover, the rewards are very practical for the participants. They can choose from many things, or ask for something of equal value. After carefully reading through the Hidden Fog sect's semi-annual celestial stairway struggle for the Inner Sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, there is still half a year before the Hidden Fog Academy's core disciple assessment. Before that, I should still be able to participate in the celestial stairway struggle. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian impatiently left the stone house and walked out. Then, he saw a figure flying out of a wooden house in the distance. He immediately went up and blocked the other party's path. What's the matter? His eyes flashed with a wisp of vigilance as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Hello? Duan Lingtian knew it was wrong to block the other party's path, so he was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to ask you, when is the next celestial stairway struggle? Celestial stairway struggle? Now, the person who was blocked by Duan Lingtian was a young man with a medium build. When he heard what Duan Lingtian said, he frowned. You're a new inner sect disciple that just entered the inner sect? In his opinion, even if he didn't know the inner sect disciples, he would at least have an impression of them. However, he didn't have any impression of the person in front of him. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the other party was a new inner sect disciple just based on this. He only thought so because Duan Lingtian asked about the time of the celestial stairway struggle. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The next celestial stairway struggle will be in 4 months. The young man frowned impatiently. Now I've told you what you wanted to know. Can you move aside and stop blocking my path? Sorry. After all, he was in the wrong. Facing the other party's impatience, Duan Lingtian repeatedly apologized and moved aside. However, his mind had already completely shifted to the celestial stairway struggle in 4 months. There are still 4 months. In these 4 months, I have to strive to become a higher god. If I can become a higher god, even if I snatch first place in the celestial stairway struggle, I won't attract too much attention. Although Duan Lingtian was confident that he could seize first place in the celestial stairway struggle with his middle god cultivation, he still felt that it would be too high profile. At that time, even the hidden fog sect master might be alarmed by him. In contrast, he would also attract jealousy and suspicion, leading to some unnecessary troubles. There might even be people who would try to kill him. After all, although a sect like the Hidden Fog sect was rich in cultivation resources, there was still a limit. If he took a share of the spoils, there would definitely be people who wouldn't be happy about it. He wasn't afraid of other inner sect disciples. But what if it was the elders behind them? On the surface, the elders behind them wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but what about behind their backs? If it's possible, it seems that I have to find a backer in the Hidden Fog sect. It's impossible to take them as my master. After all, I already have a master. It's impossible for me to take a second master. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have a headache. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Duan Lingtian returned to the stone house and began to cultivate. He cultivated until someone disturbed him. Although this person didn't forcefully attack the array disc, it still woke him up from his cultivation. For a time, Duan Lingtian also awoke from his cultivation and walked out of the stone house. Outside the stone house, 2 figures stood side by side. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young man. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. But there was a dark haze between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. The young man wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, he even seemed a bit dull. But his eyes were bright and spirited, like a torch. Are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 complete strangers in front of him and asked with a frown. Are you new here? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian asked back. This stone house is where my big brother cultivates. After a while, he will return. Since you don't know anything, I won't bicker with you. You can move out. The middle-aged man lightly said. Your big brother's cultivation place? If he had just arrived and hadn't flipped through the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook, Duan Lingtian might have felt apologetic and moved out of the stone house. But now, he didn't plan on leaving. This was because the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook clearly stated one point. Within the Inner Sect Disciple's cultivation place, as long as it is covered with cobwebs, anyone can use it. There is no such thing as seizing another's place. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. Then, he impatiently said, This stone house was built by my big brother himself. You're new here, so you should hurry up and move out. Why should I? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man and asked again. Since the other party was an Inner Sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, it was impossible for him to not know the rules of the Hidden Fog sect. But now, he actually disregarded the rules and acted recklessly. Moreover, he hadn't been here for long and the other party had already come looking for trouble. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. What? You don't want to move? The middle-aged man's expression turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You are just a puny intermediate god. Do you want to compete with a higher god like me? At this time, the seemingly dull youth beside the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. Compete? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man without a change in expression. He asked again, Are you sure? Chapter 3671. Facing Duan Lingtian's strength and unyielding attitude, coupled with the confidence in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. Although he was an inner sect disciple and a higher deity at that, in truth, his strength could only be considered as the weakest among the higher deity-level inner sect disciples. Even some of the more powerful intermediate deity-level inner sect disciples could fight him to a draw. He wasn't a fool. Would someone who could become an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect be so stupid as to seek a beating? How could an intermediate deity-level inner sect disciple be so confident in facing a higher deity-level inner sect disciple like him? Who are you? At this moment, not only did the middle-aged man have a little more fear in his eyes, but even the seemingly dull young man beside him also had a look of bewilderment in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a timely manner, You don't know who I am and you dare to disturb my cultivation? Duan Lingtian sneered. The person who sent you to cause trouble for me didn't tell you who I am? Now, even if he used his butt to think, Duan Lingtian could already guess who sent these two people to make things difficult for him. It had to be the disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng, who he had rejected in the past. Or did Tu Feng not tell you who I am? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the two. In the next moment, he saw their expressions change. They looked at Duan Lingtian as if they had seen a ghost. Although they hadn't been sent by Tu Feng, they had indeed come because of him. Tu Feng had been chatting with one of their senior brothers who usually acted as a follower. He had mentioned that he wanted to deal with an inner sect disciple who had just entered the sect and had asked their senior brother for help. They had privately discussed and decided to act first and report later. They would deal with that inner sect disciple first, and then go to their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng to ask for credit. At that time, their senior brother and senior brother Tu Feng wouldn't be stingy. It was just that they had thought this matter was in the bag. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so calm when facing them, as if he didn't fear them at all. This made them feel uneasy. My name is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at the two and grinned, a brilliant smile on his face. Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the two people's expressions changed again. You are Duan Lingtian? You're that 10-star student, Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Skywind City? It was apparent both of them had heard of Duan Lingtian before. When they heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, horror dawned on both of their faces. Their eyes and expressions were filled with panic. Duan Lingtian, the monster from Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Duan Lingtian's results in the 10-star student trial at Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy had long spread throughout the Hidden Mist sect. Even they had heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that the Hidden Mist Academy had a new student. He was less than 3,000 years old, but his cultivation was at the intermediate god level. Moreover, he had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the fusion of three profound meanings of the space law. It had to be known that even they had only comprehended 2 or 3 types of dual profound meanings of the law they were proficient in. Moreover, they were much older than Duan Lingtian. They knew that although they were all higher god level, if they really fought, they might not be Duan Lingtian's match. Even if they joined forces, they might only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. However, such an existence would definitely go further than them in the future. Now, they had offended him. Even if they joined forces, they could deal with him. But what about in the future? As long as he didn't die prematurely, they would be crushed sooner or later. When that time came, it would be their unlucky days. Moreover, as long as they stayed in the hidden mist sect, the gap between them and Duan Lingtian would only grow bigger and bigger. We were too naive. Thinking about it, how could a person who could make Senior Brother Tu Feng personally find trouble with Senior Brother Qi as an ordinary inner sect disciple? We can only blame ourselves for not hearing Senior Brother Tu Feng say Duan Lingtian's name. The two looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. They really regretted taking the lead and finding trouble with Duan Lingtian. If they had known it was Duan Lingtian, they wouldn't have come even if they had 10 times the courage. I am indeed from Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy. Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at the middle-aged man. You just said that I wanted to compete with you. Now I will answer you, yes. I want to compete with you. When Duan Lingtian's lips curved up in a faint smile, the middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand. At the same time, his face turned bitter, and he helplessly said, Junior Brother Duan, I was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. In the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, as long as there are spider webs everywhere, anyone can live in it. The stone house you live in, no matter who it used to be, is now empty. If you live in it, no one will be able to snatch it from you. The middle-aged man said. Is that so? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man was so anxious that he was about to cry. At the same time, he hurriedly looked at the young man beside him. Hurry up and testify for me. Junior Brother Duan, that is indeed the case. We were just joking with you. At this moment, the young man, who had originally looked dull, was no longer dull at all. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I don't think you're joking. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned even deeper. Tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, I won't hold it against you. This time, both of them looked at each other before they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. They transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian and explained everything that had happened. Junior Brother Duan, I was foolish. I shouldn't have looked for trouble with you. Junior Brother Duan, you have to be careful of Senior Brother Qiyu. Among the inner sect disciples at the Divine Spirit Realm, his strength can be ranked in the top 10. He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind. Under Duan Lingtian's enticement, both of them revealed everything. They said what they should and should not say. Qiyu? He has comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the Law of Wind? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was puzzled earlier. Even if Tu Feng wanted to look for trouble with him, he wouldn't look for cowards like these two. As it turned out, these 2 cowards had taken the initiative to look for trouble with him in order to curry favor with Qiyu and Tu Feng. Junior Brother Duan, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Sorry for disturbing you earlier. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the two of them bade farewell to each other before they fled without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. Am I that scary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and returned to the stone house to continue cultivating. His goal was to break through and become a higher deity as soon as possible. That way, even if he performed better in the Heavenly Stairway battle, it wouldn't be too shocking. At the same time, he wouldn't attract too much attention. There are still several months before the Heavenly Stairway battle begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to make a breakthrough. After all, I haven't completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass yet. This time, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in cultivation. He even activated all the array formations on the square array disk he received. Even if there was a commotion outside, as long as it wasn't too big, it wouldn't be enough to wake him up. And if there was a big commotion, it would be attacking the array disk. He didn't think that anyone would dare attack his square array disk. The consequences of attacking the array disk were something that even God King level inner sect disciples like Tu Feng wouldn't be able to bear, let alone those God Spirit level inner sect disciples. In the Hidden Fog sect, it was a great crime to disturb a fellow disciple who was in seclusion. After all, in such a situation, it was very likely that the fellow disciple would suffer from cultivation deviation. If light, they would be seriously injured, and if heavy, they would die. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't wake up for the next few months. However, although he didn't wake up, he still arranged a small array formation to wake him up at a specific time. It was similar to the alarm clock on Earth in his previous life. And this small array formation was something he learned after coming to the Hidden Fog Academy. In the last month of his stay at the Hidden Fog Academy, besides cultivating, he also read many memory jade slips in the Hidden Fog Academy's library. Among them, there were some practical small array formation jade slips. It was easy to arrange a small array formation. As long as one was willing to put in some effort, they could learn how to arrange it. Hua hua hua! Duan Lingtian, who was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, completely forgot about the time. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the dragon-marked divine grass in his body and tried to break through to the higher god level. Only when he was awakened by the sound did he stop cultivating. It's time? Duan Lingtian was woken up by the little formation that resembled an alarm clock that he had set up. The time he had set up was the morning of the heavenly stairway battle among the inner sect disciples. He did not set an earlier time. In other words, he didn't have time to continue cultivating. I'm just one step away. Thinking of his cultivation progress before he was awakened, Duan Lingtian felt helpless. If he hadn't been awakened, with his cultivation progress, it would have taken him a few days at most to break through the final bottleneck and become a higher god. But now, he was interrupted. Even if he continued cultivating, he probably wouldn't have the chance in a short period of time. After all, many things required a spurt of energy. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian put away the array formation disc and flashed out of the stone house. He could see many people walking out of their residences and heading in the same direction. However, some of the people who saw him coming out looked at him with strange gazes. Sensing these people's gazes, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a message came at the right time. Duan Lingtian, you're finally out. This message came from Tang Wuyan, the grandniece of inner sect elder Tang Chun. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. All the arrays in the array formation disk that he activated included an isolation array formation for communication. Therefore, no matter what messages were sent from the outside, Duan Lingtian couldn't receive them. Chapter 3672. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Tang Wuyan knew he had come out. After all, many inner sect disciples had seen him come out. Among them, there must be some who knew Tang Wuyan. He only needed to send a message to Tang Wuyan, and Tang Wuyan would know he had come out. Book/web. 3 months ago, Chi Yu, who was ranked in the top 10 among the godly spirit stage inner sect disciples, challenged you, but you didn't respond. 2 months ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond. A month ago, he challenged you again, but you still didn't respond. Tang Wuyan said. Many people think you don't have the guts to accept the challenge. Of course, there are also some people who think you're in closed-door cultivation. That's why you didn't respond. After all, if you're in closed-door cultivation, you won't be able to receive messages. However, it seems like someone's deliberately trying to make people think you're afraid of Chi Yu and don't dare to accept the challenge, Duan Lingtian. Tang Wuyan said. Tang Wuyan advised. Duan Lingtian, no matter what those people think, you don't have to care. Don't be affected by them. Just be yourself. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian could tell Tang Wuyan was worried he would be affected by this matter. He could not help but feel speechless. Duan Lingtian had walked step by step from the mundane realm to the Devata realm, and then to the realms of gods. How could he be affected by such a small matter? All right. Although Duan Lingtian's reply was simple, Tang Wuyan could hear the indifference in his tone. She knew Duan Lingtian was not bothered by the rumors. The Heavenly Stairway battle will begin in a month from today onward. Are you interested in going to watch the show? Or do you want to give it a try? Tang Wuyan asked. I'm going to give it a try. Duan Lingtian replied. I hope you can do well, Tang Huiyan said. Tang Huiyan wished him well. After Duan Lingtian thanked her, she fell silent. She didn't say whether she would go or not. However, it didn't matter to Duan Lingtian whether Tang Huiyan would go or not. He didn't even think about it. He glanced at where the group of inner sect disciples were heading and followed them. Needless to say, they were definitely going to the Stairway to Heaven competition. This was because the Celestial Stairway competition was a grand occasion for the inner sect disciples. Many of them hoped to get a good result in the Celestial Stairway competition. Fighting for the rewards was secondary. Showing off was the most important. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with information. In the inner sect disciples' handbook, there was a detailed record of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Celestial Stairway battle sounded like one had to climb up the Celestial Stairway. However, in reality it wasn't that simple. The Stairway to Heaven competition was a test left behind by the Hidden Fog sect's ancestors. When it first appeared, it was to train the sect disciples. But later on, it gradually became a place for the inner sect disciples to compete with each other. And this sort of competition was something that the Hidden Fog sect was happy to see happen. In fact, they even actively promoted it. They prepared extraordinary rewards for every Celestial Stairway competition. In particular, the first place of every Celestial Stairway competition would receive a reward that made others green with envy. This time, it was the same. In this Stairway to Heaven competition, it is said that the first place of the Divine Spirit realm will be rewarded with a nature pill. As for the first place of the Divine King realm, it is said that the first place will be rewarded with a royal calamity fruit. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could hear the voices of the inner sect disciples who were also traveling nearby. Of course, they were talking to their companions and not to Duan Lingtian. But with Duan Lingtian's hearing, he heard everything clearly. Nature pill? Hearing this inner sect disciple's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that the Hidden Fog sect would give out a nature pill to the first place of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The nature pill was a divine pill used by gods. It had no effect on those above the Divine King realm. One could become a Divine King after 9 nature pills. This was also the introduction of the nature pill in the plane of gods. No matter how lousy a higher deity's innate talent was, after taking 9 origins pills, they would still be able to become a god king with a 100% chance of becoming one. As for those with good innate talent, the origins pill was also a great help in becoming a god king. It was said that there were heaven-defying talents that could take 9 nature pills on the day they broke through to the higher divine spirit realm, becoming a lower divine king on the same day. 2 realms in one day. And this sort of case wasn't rare in the plane of gods. Not to mention that God Venerable level influences raised their juniors in this way, even God Emperor level influences would raise the proud sons of heaven with monstrous talent and perception. It was just that very few people received such treatment. For this reason, one could easily imagine the value of a nature pill to a god. The first place in the Heavenly Stairway contest will be rewarded with a nature pill, while the first place in the Divine King realm will be rewarded with a tribulation immunity fruit. Duan Lingtian knew about the nature pill. He had also heard of the tribulation immunity fruit. Unlike the nature pill that was refined by a divine alchemist using various rare medicinal herbs, the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that was naturally nourished by heaven and earth. After consuming it, it had no effect on one's cultivation base. However, it could help a divine king withstand the heavenly tribulation. Whether it was in the realms of gods, the Devata realms, or even the mundane realms, those above the Divine King realm would have to face the heavenly tribulation. Once one entered the Divine King realm, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would become stronger and stronger. If one's strength could not keep up with the heavenly tribulation, there was only one outcome for one. One would be killed by the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also precisely because existences above the God-King level had to face heavenly tribulations that kept getting stronger and stronger that many higher deities both yearned for and feared the God-King level. It was to the extent that some people who had set their sights on becoming a god king would develop inner demons and be unable to break through for a very long time. If one didn't break through to the divine king realm and remained at the higher deity realm, one could still live as long as the heavens and earth. It was just that one's strength would be weaker. But once one broke through to the divine king realm, they would embark on a path of no return. One would either have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years or die in a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years, completely vanishing from this world. And the tribulation immunity fruit was a divine fruit that could help a divine king resist a heavenly tribulation. After eating it, one could fuse with their divine power and form a barrier around them. It had a certain effect on resisting the heavenly tribulation. Of course, this was only a certain effect. It couldn't completely help a person resist the heavenly tribulation. Even so, it could still increase the chances of successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation. If one originally only had a 50% chance of crossing the heavenly tribulation, after eating the tribulation immunity fruit, their chances would rise to 80%. The Hidden Fog sect is truly generous. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh at the Hidden Fog sect's generosity. Was this the background of a divine emperor-level influence? Young Master Duan! Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian. At first, because the voice was unfamiliar, Duan Lingtian didn't think it was him. It wasn't until the owner of the voice sped up and arrived in front of him that he came to a stop. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person in front of him. This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and his face was firm. His eyebrows were sharp, but as he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a faint trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Duan, my name is Chong Tiannu. I am a junior of the Chong family. The middle-aged man introduced himself. In truth, Chong Tiannu was not only a junior of the Chong family, but he was also the adopted son of the Chong family's patriarch. The bloodline of the Chong family didn't flow through his veins. He was a foster son that Patriarch Chong had adopted outside. He had been brainwashed by the Chong family since he was a child and was loyal to them. And most importantly, when Chong Tiannu was a teenager, he had been induced by Patriarch Chong to make a heart demon blood oath to be loyal to the Chong family. He would never betray the Chong family and would never harm the interests of the Chong family. Because of this, although Chong Tiannu was only the adopted son of the Chong family's Patriarch Chong, he was highly valued by him. Because of this, Duan Lingtian had asked Chong Tiannu to give the second thing that he wanted to the second master of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong Tiannu had asked him to give it to Duan Lingtian. However, in recent months, Duan Lingtian had been in seclusion. Therefore, Chong Tiannu couldn't give it to Duan Lingtian even if he wanted to. Today was the day that the Stairway to Heaven contest would begin. He guessed that Duan Lingtian would join in the fun. Sure enough, when he went out today, he found that Duan Lingtian had left his residence. He hurriedly chased after him and planned to give the thing to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, I'm looking for you to give you the thing that my adoptive father gave you. Adoptive father? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know the relationship between Chong Tiannu and the patriarch of the Chong family. My adoptive father is the patriarch of the Chong family. Patriarch Chong, Chong Tiannu said. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Duan, the thing that my adoptive father gave you is in this spatial ring. Patriarch Chong was the patriarch of the Chong family. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Therefore, he calmly took the spatial ring that Chong Tiannu passed to him and dripped his blood on it in front of Chong Tiannu. With just a thought, the space in the spatial ring appeared before his eyes. The things that were stored in the spatial ring caused his breathing to stagnate. Although he was mentally prepared, everything in front of him still made his heart skip a beat. What entered his eyes was a mountain of divine stones. Apart from that, there were various rare materials that Duan Lingtian had only heard of but had never seen before. There were also divine fruits, divine herbs, and some elixir bottles. Every elixir bottle was engraved with words that explained what kind of elixir was inside. Revival elixir? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw the words Revival elixir on one of the elixir bottles. This caused his breathing to stagnate. The revival elixir was the hidden fog sect's reward for first place in this Stairway to Heaven competition. However, the hidden fog sect's reward was a revival elixir. How many are there? Holding his breath, Duanling Tian opened the pill bottle that contained the creation pills with just a thought. At the same time, his divine consciousness swept into the bottle and shrouded the pills stored inside. 1, 2, 3. Ling Tian, War Sovereign. Chapter 3673. Revival Good Fortune Pill. 9 good fortune pills to become a king. When Duanling Tian learned that the Hidden Fog sect was giving out a Revival Good Fortune pill as a reward for the first-place disciple in the Celestial Stairway competition, he was tempted. In fact, he was already weighing the pros and cons. After all, the current him was only a middle god. Although he was confident he could compete for first place in the Celestial Stairway competition, if he won first place with a middle god cultivation, it would undoubtedly be too high profile. In a God-Emperor level force like the Hidden Fog sect, there were many God's Spirit Realm intersect disciples who had comprehended 3 profound meanings of some law. Moreover, their cultivation was at the upper God's Spirit Realm. If he suppressed these people with a middle God's Spirit Realm cultivation, what would others think of him? And now, the Zhong family had given him a pile of things according to his second request. In addition to a large number of God stones and other things, there was also a revival good fortune pill. Moreover, it wasn't worth 1. 5. A total of 5 revival good fortune pills lay quietly in the pill bottle. This caused Duanling Tian to be excited for a while before he gradually calmed down. At the same time, he was no longer so obsessed with first place in this Celestial Stairway competition. It was just 1 revival good fortune pill. Now, he had a total of 5 revival good fortune pills in his hands. I never thought the Zhong family would have such a background that they could take out 5 revival good fortune pills. Duanling Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At the same time, he also felt the Zhong family's sincerity. In addition to these 5 revival good fortune pills, there were other divine pills as well as a large pile of God stones. Although Duanling Tian didn't count the pile of God stones, he could see at a glance that there were at least 1,000,000 God stones. A God King level family like the Zhong family, the number of God stones they have is at most 1 or 2 million God stones. I'm afraid this is almost half of the Zhong family's God stones. Duanling Tian thought to himself. There are also revival good fortune pills. The Zhong family took out 5. Why not 1? 2? They are probably worried that I will find out in the future that they have so many revival good fortune pills but only gave me 1. That would anger me again? Thinking of this, Duanling Tian felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at the great courage of the Zhong family's patriarch. Although they had never met before, he really admired that person. Young Master Duan. At this moment, Chong Tiannu asked respectfully. My foster father said that after you've seen the things in the spatial ring, he wanted me to ask you. Are you satisfied with our Chong clan's sincerity? I'm satisfied. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, a shrewd light flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself. I was going to exterminate the Zhong family. But since the head of the Zhong family is so sincere, I will only kill those who tried to kill me in the past. Let go of the Zhong family completely? Duanling Tian had never thought of such a thing. After all, some people from the Chong family wanted to kill him. Although the instigator, Chong Keki, was dead, the others who participated in or planned to kill him were still alive and well. Those people, when he had enough strength in the future, he would not let any of them off. Many thanks, young Master Duan. Hearing Duanling Tian's reply, Chong Tiannu heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he automatically stepped aside and no longer blocked Duanling Tian's path. When Chong Tiannu sent a message to his foster father, the Zhong family's patriarch, Duanling Tian continued to walk towards the stairway to heaven under the gazes of many intersect disciples. Who is he? A newcomer? I've never seen him before. To be able to make Chong Tiannu so respectful. I'm afraid this person's background is not simple. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's back as they discussed. You don't know him? At this moment, someone who knew Duan Lingtian's identity stepped forward. Don't tell me you haven't heard that senior brother Qiyu has been challenging a new disciple every other month? Qiyu was one of the top 10 intersect disciples in the spirit god realm. In the Hidden Fog Academy's intersect, or even the entire Hidden Fog Academy, he was an influential figure. He is that Duan Lingtian from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy? As soon as someone mentioned Qiyu's challenge, some people immediately reacted and exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian? The one who Vice Sect Master Murong recommended to enter the sect early? It is said that his strength and talent are both amazing. He is less than 3,000 years old and is already a medium god. Moreover, he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the law that he is proficient in. In the Hidden Fog sect, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it is said that the law that he is proficient in is one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. If I remember correctly, there has never been a disciple under 4,000 years old who has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of any of the 4 supreme laws. This Duan Lingtian is indeed a monster. It is said that he will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Vice Sect Master Murong has personally recommended him to become a core disciple. Even for us Hidden Fog Sect intersect disciples, not everyone has the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment. I never imagined that Vice Sect Master Murong would give him such an opportunity. It has to be known that Vice Sect Master Murong only has a limited number of recommendations for intersect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment. As for the discussions that followed, although Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still hear them clearly. Even the Dean only has a limited number of recommendations for intersect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment? This was something that Duan Lingtian had just learned. He originally thought that in the Hidden Fog sect, any intersect disciple could participate in the core disciple assessment as they wished. He never imagined that they would need a recommendation. We're here? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the person in front of him had stopped. At the same time, he also saw a somewhat illusory staircase floating in the air not too far away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw someone standing in front of the illusory staircase. After receiving a token from an expressionless old man, that person flew up the staircase. And in the next moment, that person was submerged in the staircase. The first step of the staircase flashed, turning into a small dot of light. Then, Duan Lingtian saw that on the 3rd step of the staircase, a small dot of light disappeared into thin air. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone, as if that person had come from the staircase. Haha! Hu Jun, you still couldn't pass the 3rd step and step onto the 4th step. You lost. Not too far away from Duan Lingtian, a youth laughed as he saw the person who came out. As for the latter, after passing the token to the old man, he arrived in front of the youth. With a gloomy expression, he took out a pile of divine stones and tossed them to the youth. Don't be too proud of yourself. If you can't reach the 4th step, you will still have to return these divine stones to me. Haha! I will definitely reach the 4th step. The former smiled and took a token from the old man. Then, he jumped into the illusory staircase and disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a small dot of light on the 1st step. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw that a small dot of light on the 1st step had jumped up to the 2nd step. Then, another small dot of light on the 1st step had jumped up to the 2nd step. Are they going to enter the formation? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. At the same time, he could not help but extend his divine consciousness. However, he found that it was blocked by a force and could not penetrate it at all. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a beautiful figure quietly appeared beside Duan Lingtian and called out to him. Before Duan Lingtian could react, there was a burst of low voices around him. It's Tang Wuyen! In terms of strength, Tang Wuyen could only be ranked in the top 3 among the female intersect disciples. However, in terms of appearance, she was recognized as the number 1 beauty in the Hidden Fog sect. She was also an influential figure in the Hidden Fog sect. Her momentum was even fiercer than Duan Lingtian's, who frequently challenged Duan Lingtian when he was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Huiyan and nodded with a smile. The Inner Sect Disciples' Handbook only mentioned the Stairway to Heaven competition and briefly introduced it. You don't even know how the Stairway to Heaven competition was formed, right? The current Tang Huiyan seemed to know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. In fact, as soon as she arrived, she saw Duan Lingtian staring at the Heavenly Stairway competition with a puzzled expression on his face. She had the same expression on her face when she first came here. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for her to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts. As Duan Lingtian nodded, Tang Huiyan also began to explain. On the surface, the Stairway to Heaven competition looks like an illusory array. In fact, it is indeed an array, but it isn't completely an illusory array. An illusory array is just an illusion. Inside, there are many different small planes that are separated. Every small plane is independent, and there are corresponding people who are guarding it, and these people are all Inner Sect disciples who have committed serious crimes and are imprisoned. Some Inner Sect disciples have even been imprisoned inside for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to know that it has only been less than 200,000 years since our Hidden Fog sect was established. Once you enter the Stairway to Heaven, you'll first appear in one of the small realms on the first level. The gatekeepers on the small realms on the first level have similar strength. Only by defeating them will you be able to leave the small realms on the first level and be teleported to one of the small realms on the second level. From Tang Huiyan's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the Stairway to Heaven competition was. It turned out that every Stairway to Heaven was an active plane prison. Inside, the Hidden Fog sect's Inner Sect disciples who had committed a grave mistake were imprisoned. Once they were imprisoned, they would be isolated from the world's spiritual energy. They wouldn't be able to cultivate, and they wouldn't be able to improve their comprehension of the laws. This was because there was an array formation that interfered with the comprehension of the laws. It could be said that the Hidden Fog sect's Inner Sect disciples who were imprisoned inside were living a life worse than death. The only fun they had was the Stairway to Heaven competition. Moreover, not every Hidden Fog sect's Inner Sect disciple who was imprisoned inside could be selected to fight with the other Inner Sect disciples who were participating in the Stairway to Heaven competition. It all depended on luck. Chapter 3674. Being locked up in there is a fate worse than death. As Duan Lingtian sighed at the methods of the Hidden Fog sect, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of the Hidden Fog sect's Inner Sect disciples who were locked up in the small planes of the Stairway to Heaven. Perhaps many of the people locked up in there couldn't bear the shock and went crazy. Of course, many of the Inner Sect disciples locked up in there couldn't bear the boredom and chose to commit suicide. Tang Huiyan continued. If the Inner Sect disciples who challenge the Stairway to Heaven can't defeat the Inner Sect disciples locked up in there, wouldn't they be killed? Duan Lingtian asked. This kind of thing almost never happens unless the Inner Sect disciples are careless. You should have noticed that everyone who participates in the Stairway to Heaven will receive a token before they enter, Tang Huiyan said. And that token is the Stairway to Heaven. If you can't defeat your opponent in there, you can activate the Stairway to Heaven and be immediately teleported out. Unless you can't activate the Stairway to Heaven in time, but this is almost impossible. After all, the Stairway to Heaven is climbed one level at a time. If you can pass the first level, the Inner Sect disciples locked up in the next level won't be able to kill you before you activate the Stairway to Heaven. After listening to Tang Huiyan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Stairway contest. The key to the Stairway to Heaven was the Stairway to Heaven. For example, what level you reached, what level you were eliminated on, and how long you lasted on the level you were eliminated on. All of these could be reported to the Hidden Fog sect's Inner Sect elder who was guarding the Stairway to Heaven. In addition, the Stairway to Heaven was also a life-saving talisman. If you couldn't defeat the Inner Sect disciples locked up in there during the Stairway to Heaven, you could use the Stairway to Heaven to admit defeat and leave. While Tang Huiyan was explaining to Duan Lingtian, he saw the Inner Sect disciple who made a bet with the other Inner Sect disciple reach the third level. At the same time, the inner sect disciple who lost the divine stone stared at the little dot of light representing the inner sect disciple who made a bet with him. However, at that moment, most people's gazes were on Duan Lingtian. Among those gazes, there was envy, but even more jealousy. Tang Huiyan was the inner sect's #1 beauty. She was the dream lover of many male disciples in the Hidden Fog sect. She was usually cold and aloof and rarely walked so close to others, much less a male inner sect disciple. Generally speaking, what's the highest level an inner sect disciple in the divine spirit realm can reach? Duan Lingtian asked Tang Huiyan. The stairway to heaven had a total of 19 levels. Now, below the 12th level of the stairway to heaven, there were some small dots of light flickering. However, above the 12th floor, there were no specks of light. On the 11th floor, there was only a small dot of light flickering. During the last Stairway to Heaven competition, there were 3 Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples who managed to ascend to the 8th level. One of them is Chi Yu, the one who challenged you time and time again in the past 3 months. Tang Huiyan said. Those 3 people all retreated from the 8th floor in the end. Whoever stays on the 8th floor the longest will be considered the first. Last time, although Chi Yu's result was not bad, he wasn't first. He was only third. Tang Huiyan's words gave Duan Lingtian a certain understanding of the Stairway to Heaven competition. The Stairway to Heaven competition was not only targeted at the Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples, it was also targeted at the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. Those little light dots on the 9th floor and above obviously corresponded to the Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After all, the person who obtained first place in the last Stairway to Heaven competition had only managed to ascend to the 8th floor. That person basically represented the strength of the first echelon of Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples. After the Stairway to Heaven competition ends, the rankings will be released. At that time, the sect will give rewards to the top 10 people in the Stairway to Heaven competition. 4 people will be rewarded to Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciples and 4 people will be rewarded to Divine King Realm inner sect disciples. After listening to Tang Huiyan's introduction, Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try. Suddenly, a speck of light disappeared from the 3rd floor. Then, the young man who won a divine stone from another inner sect disciple returned his bet with an unlucky expression. I was so close to rushing to the 4th floor. Damn it, I didn't think that guy would choose to risk his life in the end. So what if he won against me? In that state, in that environment, it won't be long before he dies. This young man was obviously scolding the opponent he encountered in the Stairway to Heaven competition, a Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciple who was imprisoned in a small plane. Haha, if you didn't ascend, then you didn't ascend. What's with all this nonsense? There is only one chance in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Once you fail, you will have to wait for the next opportunity to step onto the Stairway to Heaven again. The inner sect disciple who took back his divine stones swept away his gloomy mood and a smile bloomed on his face. The quarrel between the two was just a small farce before the Stairway to Heaven competition. Look! Senior apprentice brother Chi Yu reached the 8th floor again. Just as Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the Stairway to Heaven competition, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He followed the gazes of many inner sect disciples and saw that there was another speck of light on the 8th floor. This speck of light was originally on the 7th floor. This time, senior apprentice brother Chi Yu spent even less time on the 7th floor. It looks like his strength has improved by quite a bit. An inner sect disciple sighed. Chi Yu? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. Although he had never seen that inner sect disciple called Chi Yu, he already knew that he was someone Tu Feng had sent to find trouble with him. He wasn't surprised that this person had challenged him again and again. This was because he already knew that this person had his eyes on him because of Tu Feng. The 8th floor? Duan Lingtian glanced at the speck of light that corresponded to Chi Yu. He then leaped forward and arrived in front of the old man standing in front of the Stairway to Heaven. Elder, I'm an inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian. I'm an intermediate god, and I wish to participate in the Stairway to Heaven competition. Just now, every person who came before the old man would say the same thing. They would announce their name and their cultivation base. When the old man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he didn't treat him indifferently like the other inner sect disciples. He looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You're Duan Lingtian? From Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I've long heard of your name, but this is the first time I've met you. I hope you can achieve good results. A rare smile appeared on the old man's cold face. Then, he took out a token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is the stairway token. You can activate it by injecting your divine energy into it. If you want to come out, just inject your divine consciousness into it, and it will bring you out. Thank you, Elder. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian took the stairway token and flew up to the first floor of the stairway to heaven. The special treatment that Duan Lingtian received attracted a lot of attention. He's Duan Lingtian? The monster from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy? I was wondering who he is to be favored by Tang Wuyan. Goddess Tang Wuyan favors him? Don't talk nonsense. That's right. Goddess Tang Wuyan has always kept a distance from him. In my opinion, they are just ordinary friends. Duan Lingtian, who had entered the first floor of the stairway to heaven, didn't hear these people's discussions. However, Tang Wuyan heard them clearly, but she didn't care. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious light as they fell on Duan Lingtian. She didn't have a good impression of this inner sect disciple from Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy at first. However, after interacting with him that day, her competitive spirit was aroused. She, Tang Wuyan, was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect. When had she ever been ignored by a man like this? She still remembered that day when she led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty. Although she didn't want to be a vase, her beauty had always been one of the sources of her confidence. However, in front of this Duan Lingtian, her confidence was shattered into pieces. Sometimes, women were just so strange. She didn't care about the men who circled around her. However, the men who ignored her only aroused her curiosity. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Now, after he obtained the Stairway to Heaven token and entered the Stairway to Heaven, he arrived in an independent space. It was very similar to the space inside a storage ring. There were no lights, only darkness. Obviously, this was one of the independent small planes that imprisoned the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples who had committed great mistakes. Hua! Almost at the same moment Duan Lingtian appeared, a flame suddenly lit up in this dark space. Then, not only did the surrounding environment appear in front of Duan Lingtian, but there was also a sloppy figure. This was a small deserted valley. Outside the valley, there was only darkness. Even light couldn't illuminate the darkness. Obviously, this place was isolated by a space barrier and no light could pass through. Has the sect's Stairway to Heaven competition started again? Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the sloppy young man who was originally sitting cross-legged in the corner of the valley slowly stood up. Flames wrapped around his body. His divine power fused with the mysteries of the law of fire, emitting a scorching aura. Duan Lingtian responded faintly. Make your move. The sloppy young man said. You're not my match. Duan Lingtian said. When the sloppy young man appeared in front of him, he extended his divine consciousness and discovered that the other party was only an intermediate deity. Moreover, the mysteries of the law of fire that were fused with his divine power were not all at the great mastery level. You're also an intermediate deity. How would you know if you don't try? The sloppy young man asked in a hoarse voice. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, his divine power flashed out. All the mysteries of the law of space that were at the great mastery level appeared, causing the air in the small valley to stagnate. At the same time, the small valley fell into a dead silence. After a while, the sloppy young man slowly said, I admit defeat. Chapter 3675. Then, the sloppy young man raised his hand and pointed in the air. A beam of crimson energy hit the void and hit a certain part of the space barrier. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force sweeping in from all parts of the space barrier, and enveloping him. Then, in a flash of darkness and light, he found himself in another place. It was no longer a dark space where he could not even see his own fingers. A gigantic luminous pearl hung high in the sky, illuminating the entire small realm. Duan Lingtian stood in a vast stone forest with strange rocks of varying sizes. However, he did not see anyone at all in this place. It seems that this is one of the small dimensions on the second level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As for why there was no one, Duan Lingtian guessed that the other party must be hiding. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and soon found a figure hiding behind a huge rock not far away. After the other party sensed his divine consciousness, he showed himself at the right time. It was a young man in a long blue robe. His face was cold, and his body was smooth and clean. He did not look like someone who had been imprisoned here for many years. This person was the polar opposite of the sloppy young man Duan Lingtian met on the first level of the celestial stairway. Whoosh! Whoosh! The smooth and cold young man looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. He did not greet Duan Lingtian and directly attacked without saying a word. Divine power swept out and integrated with the water precept. Now, Duan Lingtian also knew why the other party could remain smooth and clean even though he was imprisoned here. It was because he was good at the water precept. The water precept, integrated with divine power, could easily turn into water. In addition, when the young man attacked, Duan Lingtian found that his strength was much stronger than the young man at the first level of the celestial stairway. He had comprehended all the profound meanings of the water precept. However, he had not comprehended the integrated profound meaning. In addition, he was only a middle deity. Bang! In the face of this ferocious opponent, Duan Lingtian merely raised his eyelids and casually waved his hand. A devastating spatial storm swept out to shatter his opponent's attack in the blink of an eye before heavily injuring his opponent and sending him flying. Pff. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. Then, as if afraid that Duan Lingtian would attack again, he hurriedly activated the teleportation array to send Duan Lingtian away. Just like that, Duan Lingtian reached the third level. It was still a crushing defeat. The inner sect disciple imprisoned on the third step of the celestial stairway was an intermediate deity. In addition, all of his metal elemental law profundity had reached greater mastery, and he had also begun to comprehend fusion profundity. However, this little bit of strength was still not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian. He was defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. The fourth level was the same. The fifth level was the same. On the sixth level, Duan Lingtian defeated his opponent after some effort. Of course, this was under the condition that he had concealed his strength. If Duan Lingtian had gone all out, he could have easily defeated his opponent as well. On the seventh level, Duan Lingtian faced an imprisoned inner sect disciple. Not only was he a higher deity, but he had also comprehended multiple dual profundity fusion profundity, and was extremely powerful. To Duan Lingtian, who had concealed his strength, he posed a certain amount of pressure. Duan Lingtian was in the midst of a fierce battle with his opponent. All of a sudden, the power of divinity in his body surged. Then, in a bizarre manner, he actually broke through the final bottleneck at this very moment. For a moment, Duan Lingtian successfully stepped into the level of a higher deity in the midst of the fierce battle. A last-minute breakthrough? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's last-minute breakthrough, not only did his opponent, the inner sect disciple imprisoned on the seventh level of the celestial stairway, show no fear, but instead pounced on him even more ferociously. This was because during a last-minute breakthrough, one would need to spend time to stabilize the transformed power of divinity. Now, this inner sect disciple was trying to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. Once the sneak attack succeeded, he would most likely win. Swoosh! However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have guessed that he would strike at this moment. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With a flash, he appeared at another location. Then, the inner sect disciple continued his sneak attack. After Duan Lingtian had slightly calmed down his transformed power of divinity, it was already too late for him to use another teleport. Instantly, his gaze turned cold as he glared at the inner sect disciple who had launched another sneak attack. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. When the inner sect disciple approached, Duan Lingtian immediately used the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of space raged and exploded around him, killing the inner sect disciple on the spot. This was also the first person that Duan Lingtian had killed in the process of challenging the celestial stairway. Along the way, he had not deliberately killed anyone. After all, there was no enmity between them. He felt that there was no need to do so. After killing the inner sect disciple, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged on the 7th level of the celestial stairway to cultivate, calming down his newly transformed divine power. At the same time, outside the celestial stairway, many inner sect disciples, including Tang Wuyan, were looking at the little dot of light that Duan Lingtian had turned into. This was because this dot of light was climbing the celestial stairway at an extremely fast speed. From the 1st level to the 6th level, it had maintained an extremely fast speed. From the 6th level to the 7th level, it was slightly slower. However, at the 7th level, it suddenly became quiet. After a long while, it did not reach the 8th level, but it did not disappear either. Looks like that Duan Lingtian is going to stop at the 7th level. An inner sect disciple sighed. To be able to reach the 7th level as a medium deity is already very impressive. As expected of the monster from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He really lives up to his name. That's right. Even the 10 most powerful inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to make it to the 7th floor when they were still intermediate gods. Even if Duan Lingtian is eliminated on the 7th level, he should be proud of himself. Tang Wuyan's eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at the little dot of light that represented Duan Lingtian. Even she did not know why, but when she heard the voices of those who did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian, she actually hoped that Duan Lingtian could create a miracle. However, she felt that this miracle would not be easy to create. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was the little dot of light on the 8th level that had disappeared. Then, a person appeared in front of the celestial stairway. At this moment, a young man in a brownish-green robe appeared. He was tall and had a handsome face. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the sparkling eyes of many inner sect female disciples present. It was as if they could not wait to pounce on him. It's Senior Brother Chiyu. Senior Brother Chiyu is out. Although he did not pass the 8th level, he stayed on the 8th level for a long time this time. It was obvious that he lasted for a long time. It seems that Senior Brother Chiyu is going to be the champion in this celestial stairway contest. Senior Brother Chiyu is really amazing. A group of inner sect disciples stared at Chiyu with sparkling eyes. They were not stingy with their praises and words of praise. It was a stark contrast to the way they looked at Duan Lingtian just now. Junior Sister Wuyan? After Chiyu came out, he basked in the respect of the group of inner sect disciples. He looked arrogant until he saw Tang Wuyan. His eyes lit up, and his expression softened. Then, Chiyu handed his celestial stairway token to the elder. After greeting the elder, he came to Tang Wuyan and asked with a smile, Junior Sister Wuyan, did you just come here, or did you come out from the celestial stairway? Senior Brother Chiyu. Tang Wuyan greeted Chiyu and said, I haven't entered the celestial stairway yet. You haven't entered? Chiyu asked with a smile. Are you going to enter now? I remember that although Junior Sister Wuyan didn't reach the 8th floor last time, you still stayed on the 7th floor for a long time. You almost squeezed into the top 10 in the last celestial stairway contest. This time, I think Junior Sister Wuyan has a high chance of squeezing into the top 10. Chiyu said. It seems that I am fated to witness Junior Sister Wuyan's outstanding performance today. In front of Tang Wuyan, Chiyu was very enthusiastic. Why? Chiyu liked Tang Wuyan? This was not a secret in the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, or even the entire Hidden Fog sect. Because of this, although many inner sect male disciples had feelings for Tang Wuyan, they didn't dare to show it. This was because they were all afraid of Chiyu. I don't plan on going in for the time being. Let's wait for my friend to come out first. As for Chiyu, Tang Wuyen didn't ignore him, but she didn't want to talk to him. Although Chiyu was outstanding, his reputation wasn't good. As far as she knew, there were no less than 5 intersect female disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with him. However, those intersect female disciples didn't think Chiyu was a playboy or irresponsible. As an outsider, she naturally couldn't say anything. However, she didn't have a good impression of Chiyu. Your friend? Who? Do I know him? Chiyu asked with a smile. You should know him. Tang Wuyen looked deeply at Chiyu. After all, senior brother Chiyu, in the past 3 months, you have challenged him 3 times in a row while he was in closed-door cultivation. Chiyu's pupils shrank. He asked in disbelief. Junior sister Wuyen, the friend you are talking about, is that Duan Lingtian? Yes. Tang Wuyen nodded. Then, her gaze fell on the small light that represented Duan Lingtian again. She no longer looked at Chiyu. When Chiyu saw how focused Tang Wuyen was, his face became even more ghastly. He clenched his fists tightly. Following Tang Wuyen's gaze, he looked at one of the small light spots on the 7th floor with a cold glint in his eyes. Previously, he had targeted Duan Lingtian only because of Tu Feng. However, from this moment on, even he wanted to target Duan Lingtian. This was the first time he saw Tang Wuyen so focused on caring for a man. This was something that he, Chiyu, had never experienced. What right did that Duan Lingtian have to do this? Duan Lingtian didn't know that Chiyu had left the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. He also didn't know that Chiyu hated him very much because of Tang Wuyen. Okay. I can go to the 8th floor now. After stabilizing his divine power and breaking through to the high-level deity level, Duan Lingtian stabilized his cultivation and then went to the 8th floor of the stairway to heaven. Chapter 3676. After dealing with the intersect disciple who was imprisoned on the 7th level of the celestial stairway, Duan Lingtian felt a suction force trying to take him away. It was obviously the teleportation power from the 8th level. However, when he realized that he could ignore this suction force, he began to cultivate on the 7th level. When Duan Lingtian was done cultivating, he calmed his divine energy that had transformed after breaking through to the higher rank deity stage and slightly stabilized his cultivation base as a higher rank deity. Then, he stopped cultivating and allowed the suction force to take him away. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above a sea of blood. It was called a sea of blood because he was now above a blood-red sea. He could smell the pungent stench of blood, but there was no one around him. However, when his divine perception swept out and probed the approximate range of the spatial barrier, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Whoosh! With a teleportation, Duan Lingtian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, looking down at the sea of blood. The power of bloodline can actually extend to such an illusion and prevent my divine perception from detecting your presence. It's indeed impressive. However, do you think you can sneak up on me by hiding like this? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked down at the sea of blood beneath his feet. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the sea of blood beneath his feet boiled and rolled. Then, it completely vanished and transformed into a middle-aged man in a long dark red robe. The middle-aged man was tall and had a determined face. His brows were cold, and his eyes were like lightning. You have good eyesight. You can actually tell that it's the power of my bloodline. Now, as the middle-aged man withdrew the sea of blood, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a barren plain without a trace of life. Since I've been teleported here, it's naturally impossible that there's no one here. My divine perception can't detect your presence, so how can I not guess? Duan Lingtian asked in return. You're pretty smart. In the past, many intersect disciples were killed by me before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to leave with the Heavenly Stairway badge. The middle-aged man grinned. The days here are too boring. What I'm looking forward to the most is for you intersect disciples who are challenging the stairway to heaven to come in and give me some fun. Seeing that you're smart, even if I have the chance to kill you today, I won't. From the middle-aged man's words, it was clear that he was very confident in himself. Kill me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then I'll thank you for not killing me. Brat, it seems like you don't care about my words. The blood-robed middle-aged man laughed coldly. However, you will soon know what despair is. I, Shui Haishan, am the second strongest among all the inner sect disciples who are imprisoned on the 8th level of the stairway to heaven if I claim to be first. As soon as the crimson-robed man finished speaking, he moved. Divine power bloomed from his body. Then, it fused with an inexplicable law that caused one's heart to palpitate. Then, as he pointed his finger, the space around him froze. Moreover, this freezing continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the space around Duan Lingtian was shrouded in this space. This familiar aura caused Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The law of time! He saw through it. This higher deity named Shui Haishan was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time. This law of time was also the strangest law of the 4 supreme laws. After all, this law of time could be used to control time, making it impossible to guard against. However, the moment Shui Haishan attacked, Duan Lingtian sensed that he comprehended the law of time. Moreover, he was extremely proficient in the law of time. He even comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. You comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of time. Although it's only one, it's enough for you to stand out among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Divine power swept out from his body. He fused the space law's fundamental profundities, the space element, and then fused the 3 profundities. Moreover, he fused more than one of the 3 profundities. 2 types of 3 profundities fused and resonated. A mighty spatial storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Shui Haishan's law of time, causing his law of time to be unable to advance any further. This way, it wouldn't affect Duan Lingtian. As one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space wasn't as strange as the law of time, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Once the 2 types of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together, the surrounding space was immediately sealed. Because the space was sealed, Shui Haishan's law of time couldn't spread towards Duan Lingtian. It couldn't affect Duan Lingtian. Shui Haishan's originally arrogant expression changed drastically at this moment. He completely collapsed. You actually comprehended 2 types of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together. Why did Shui Haishan think that none of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were his match? Basically, all of the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway were higher deities. Moreover, they had all comprehended one type of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together. Although Shui Haishan was the same, he had comprehended the law of time. The law of time was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was also the leader of the 4 supreme laws. He had the confidence to say that he was the strongest among the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. However, the opponent he was facing now didn't just comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space, but also 2 types of 3 profundities of the law of space fused together. This instantly made him feel hopeless. He wasn't a match for such an existence. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian thought. The space windstorm continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, it gradually invaded the space affected by Shui Haishan's law of time. During this process, Shui Haishan's power couldn't stop the space windstorm at all. Humph! Shui Haishan snorted coldly. His face turned cold. Then, a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag was square in shape and embroidered with extremely complicated patterns. Once it appeared, Shui Haishan injected his divine power into it. Then, Shui Haishan's attack soared. For a moment, not only was he able to match Duan Lingtian's attack, but he was even showing signs of suppressing it. Do you think you're the only one who has a medium divine weapon? Although Duan Lingtian didn't expect Shui Haishan to be able to take out a medium divine weapon, even if it was just a medium divine weapon without a weapon soul, he wasn't afraid at all. With a raise of his hand, a medium divine sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian injected his divine power into the sword and swung it. In the next moment, the originally suppressed spatial energy was completely guided, turning into a ray of sword light completely condensed from a spatial storm. It streaked through the air and destroyed Shui Haishan's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, it continued to rush forward, only gradually dissipating when it arrived in front of Shui Haishan. At this moment, Shui Haishan's robes fluttered, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. There were even many pieces of cloth on his robes that were torn apart, and there were many hideous bloody wounds on his body. Although Duan Lingtian stopped in time, because the ray of sword light condensed from the spatial storm was too close to Shui Haishan still suffered some superficial wounds. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Shui Haishan could feel a chill coming from his wounds. However, he was wild with joy. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he didn't expect to have a chance to live. "Brother, thank you for showing mercy." Shui Haishan bowed to Duan Lingtian and thanked him. "Brother, I, Shui Haishan, will remember this kindness in my heart. I wonder how I should address you, brother?" "Duan Lingtian," Duan Lingtian replied. The reason he didn't kill Shui Haishan was because Shui Haishan had said earlier that he wouldn't kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to stop earlier. "Duan Lingtian, I'll remember this." Shui Haishan nodded. "If I get out in the future, I'll definitely return this favor, brother." Duan Lingtian didn't take Shui Haishan's words to heart. In his opinion, the inner sect disciples who were imprisoned in the small realm and the stairway to heaven had all committed grave mistakes. Even if they could get out, it would be a long time later. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's strength was far inferior to his. Even now, it would be difficult for him to return the favor, let alone in the future. "Brother, now that you've reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven, don't hesitate if you encounter any danger. Just use the Stairway Heaven token to get out. Since you're able to ascend to the 9th level, you're basically the first among the inner sect disciples in the Divine Spirit stage in this Stairway to Heaven battle." Shui Haishan reminded Duan Lingtian before he sent him off. "Those on the 9th level of the Stairway to Heaven are all God Kings?" Duan Lingtian asked. "More than 90% of them are God Kings." Shui Haishan nodded. "Only a small number of them are higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of two types of three profundities of a certain law. If you're lucky enough to encounter such people, brother, you'll still have a chance to pass the 9th level. If you encounter a God King, even if the other party's comprehension of the law profundities is ordinary, brother, it'll still be difficult for you to be a match for him. When you reach the 9th level, try your best to hold on for a while. If the situation doesn't seem right, just leave," Shui Haishan said. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I'll go out and find you for a drink, brother." Shui Haishan bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he activated the formation and sent Duan Lingtian out of the 8th level to the 9th level. After Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared before his eyes, Shui Haishan could not help but sigh. "I really didn't expect another higher deity to appear in the sect who has comprehended the fusion of two types of three profundities of a certain law. Moreover, what he comprehended was the space law. Even in the era before Shui Haishan was imprisoned, such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn in the Hidden Fog sect. In his generation, only his younger brother, Shui Haichuan, had managed to reach this stage. I wonder how that boy Haichuan is doing after 10,000 years. With his talent and perception, even if he isn't a divine emperor, he should be a higher deity king by now, right?" Shui Haishan muttered to himself. At the same time, outside the Stairway to Heaven, there was an uproar. "Heavens! Duan Lingtian actually ascended to the 9th level. Am I seeing things?" Chapter 3677. When Duan Lingtian came to the Hidden Fog sect, he already had a great reputation. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect, apart from those who were particularly ill-informed or in seclusion, Everyone knew of him. In addition, in the last 3 months, Qiyu, one of the Hidden Fog sect's top 10 inner sect disciples, had challenged Duan Lingtian time and time again. This caused them to involuntarily pay more attention to Duan Lingtian. They were even looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Of course, most people favored Qiyu. Although it was said that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the space law, Qiyu had also comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities of the wind law. Moreover, Qiyu was a higher deity while Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate deity. They had comprehended similar profundities of the laws, even if they had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws. For Duan Lingtian to jump a cultivation level and defeat Qiyu was tantamount to a fantasy. Today, Duan Lingtian appeared at the Celestial Stairway competition. First, he appeared to be familiar with Tang Wuyan, further attracting attention. Then, he entered the Celestial Stairway and participated in the Celestial Stairway competition. This immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of inner sect disciples outside the Celestial Stairway. When Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th step, the group of people outside the Celestial Stairway were shocked. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to ascend to the 8th step. If Duan Lingtian had a higher deity cultivation, they wouldn't be surprised if he ascended to the 8th step. But the problem was that Duan Lingtian wasn't a higher deity but an intermediate deity. An intermediate deity ascending to the 8th step? How was this possible? It was precisely because of this that when Qiyu came out and saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step, he was also shocked. This Duan Lingtian can last for a moment on the 8th step. That's already pretty good. He stayed on the 7th step for so long. It must have been very difficult for him to ascend. This was what Qiyu thought when he saw Duan Lingtian ascend to the 8th step. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. After Duan Lingtian ascended to the 8th level of the Heavenly Stairway, it did not take long before he ascended to the 9th level of the Heavenly Stairway. One had to know that unless one defeated or killed an inner sect disciple who was imprisoned on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway, or if the other party admitted defeat, it was impossible to ascend to the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway. The 8th step of the Celestial Stairway was more difficult than the 7th step. Duan Lingtian actually reached the 9th level of the stairway to heaven. Oh my God! He has passed the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway! Many people cried out in alarm. Even Tang Wuyan's pretty face was filled with astonishment. He passed the 8th floor? Although Tang Wuyan had never climbed to the 8th level of the stairway, she had climbed to the 7th level. She knew what kind of existence the 7th level of the stairway was. At the very least, she was no match for the inner sect disciples imprisoned there. Otherwise, she would have reached the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway like Qiyu. And now, not only had Duan Lingtian reached the 8th level, but he had also reached the 9th level. This also meant that he had successfully passed the 8th level. Could it be that the gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? An inner sect disciple couldn't help but guess. After all, Duan Lingtian stayed on the 7th level for such a long time. It's obvious that he barely passed the 7th level. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible for him to pass the 8th level. The gatekeeper of the 8th level went easy on him? That's impossible, right? It has to be known that those gatekeepers are inner sect disciples of our Hidden Fog sect who committed a grave mistake and were locked up. Once they succeed, they can reduce the number of years they can be imprisoned. To them, this is a good thing. In this situation, how could they possibly go easy on us? That being said, in the history of our Hidden Fog sect, there have been cases of people going easy on him. There are all kinds of reasons. More often than not, it's because the gatekeeper gave up on himself and knew the challenger. As the saying went, 3 people became a tiger. As some inner sect disciples took the lead to voice their doubts, more and more people began to think that Duan Lingtian could pass the 8th level because the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. Humph! So what if he obtained first place in the Celestial Stairway struggle? No one will believe him! Qiyu sneered. Senior apprentice brother Qiyu. Although Tang Huiyan also felt that the possibility of the gatekeeper of the 8th level going easy on Duan Lingtian was very high, she didn't know why, but when she heard she use words, she still didn't like it. Are you sure? Can't he pass the 8th level with his own strength? Junior apprentice Sister Huiyan, Chiyu said with a smile. A person who wasted so much time on the 7th level. Do you think that after he ascends to the 8th level, he will be able to pass so easily with his own strength? Hearing this, Tang Huiyan frowned. Maybe he started cultivating on the 7th floor and only went to the 8th floor after he became a higher deity? Breakthrough? How can there be such a coincidence? Chiyu was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. He felt that this possibility was very low. Of course, he couldn't help but be wary. That Duan Lingtian was only an intermediate god now. He could still suppress him, but when he broke through to the higher god realm in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Duan Lingtian didn't know what was happening outside. Now, after meeting Shui Haishan on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway, Duan Lingtian had successfully arrived at one of the small dimensions on the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway. The small dimension had picturesque scenery with mountains and rivers. A figure in a white robe stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had an elegant temperament. After Duan Lingtian appeared, his eyes fell on this person. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. Although his face was ordinary, the invisible aura he exuded made it impossible for others to ignore him. Even in a crowd, he would definitely be the most conspicuous one. You're quite strong to be able to make it here with your cultivation level as a higher god. When Duan Lingtian felt the divine consciousness enveloping him, he heard the middle-aged scholar's voice suddenly speak again. His voice was calm and incomparably confident. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. A higher god? Through the middle-aged scholar's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian immediately confirmed the other party's cultivation level. Just like him, they were both higher gods. Recalling what Shui Haishan said on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway, Duan Lingtian knew that he was lucky to have come to the small dimension where the inner sect disciples at the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway who were at the higher god realm were imprisoned. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. That Shui Haishan said before, the inner sect disciples imprisoned on the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway are basically all god kings. There are only a few higher gods, and those higher gods, without exception, have comprehended at least 2 types of fusion of the 3 profound meanings. It seems that the middle-aged man in front of me is that kind of person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Are you surprised that I'm a higher god? The middle-aged scholar saw Duan Lingtian shudder, but the smile on his face was as calm as ever. However, I'm different from the higher gods you've encountered before. Presumably, on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway, you've also encountered a higher god who comprehended some kind of law or fusion of the 3 profound meanings, right? I can crush, defeat, or even kill a higher deity like that in a single exchange. The middle-aged scholar's tone was full of pride. I believe that. Duan Lingtian nodded and said in all seriousness, Since you can be one of the gatekeepers of the 9th level of the Celestial Stairway, it means that your strength is far stronger than the gatekeepers on the 8th level of the Celestial Stairway. However, I'm very curious. Duan Lingtian already faintly understood the middle-aged scholar's background, so he didn't doubt the middle-aged scholar's words. The Hidden Fog sect is actually willing to imprison someone like you here? With a higher god cultivation, to comprehend any kind of law or to fuse 2 or more types of 3 profound meanings together, even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, I'm afraid you are an extremely rare existence. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged scholar, waiting for the other party's response. It seems that a little fellow like you knows a lot. The middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, If it were an ordinary mistake, no matter how great it was, with my talent and perception, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't imprison me here. But do you know what mistake I made? The middle-aged scholar asked in reply. What mistake? Duan Lingtian was startled. I killed my honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect master at the time. The middle-aged scholar grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. But as his words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but tremble. He killed the Hidden Fog sect master? Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect master was this person's honorable master? Duan Lingtian's gaze when he looked at the middle-aged scholar was filled with contempt. What? Are you looking down on me? The middle-aged scholar curled his lips, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Do you know why I killed him? Because he wanted me to stay in the Hidden Fog sect and take over his position. He personally gave the order to exterminate my entire family. My entire family, over 1,000 lives, all of them died because of a single order from him. As the middle-aged scholar spoke to this point, he was practically gnashing his teeth. And from his body bursts of swift and fierce aura swept out in a timely manner. A frightening cyan astral wind revolved around his body as if it had transformed into a cyan wind dragon. The wind howled. As for the middle-aged scholar's voice, it reverberated through this small world, deafening to the ears. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Duan Lingtian frowned. He found it hard to imagine that the former Hidden Fog sect master would exterminate his entire family because of this. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding? I can't be wrong, the middle-aged scholar said in a low voice. At that time, when the person he sent reported to him, I just happened to hear it. I heard it with my own ears, so how could I be wrong? In the past, I told him that I had no intention of becoming the next sect master of the Hidden Fog sect. I wanted to return to my family, and lead them to become a God-King level family clan, or even a God-Emperor level family clan. He wasn't willing for me to leave the Hidden Fog sect like this, so he wanted to kill my entire family. Chapter 3678. The middle-aged scholar's words were filled with anger. As for Duan Lingtian, he could feel a bone-deep hatred from the middle-aged scholar's tone. At the same time, he finally realized why this middle-aged scholar was imprisoned here. Even if such a person didn't die, he definitely couldn't be released. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would bring disaster to the Hidden Fog sect. To be appointed as the next successor to the Hidden Fog sect master, his talent and perception could be imagined. He was absolutely at the peak. In the future, when he stood up, he would surely be a giant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a divine emperor-level influence. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't kill him, it was impossible for them to allow him to grow. The small world of the Stairway to Heaven was undoubtedly the best place for him to belong. In the Stairway to Heaven's world, there are many people who are imprisoned for an indefinite period of time. Is your imprisonment also permanent? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the middle-aged scholar. What do you think? The middle-aged scholar sneered. He asked in return. I am just over 2,300 years old, and yet I have already become a higher deity. Moreover, I have even comprehended the fusion of 2 types of wind law's 3 profound meanings. Even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such achievements can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for them wanting to use me as a gatekeeper for the Stairway to Heaven's struggle to temper their juniors, they would have already killed me. It is impossible for them to release me. My imprisonment is naturally permanent. As he spoke, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a mocking smile. A dignified God-Emperor level sect is as timid as a mouse. Even a mere higher deity like me is afraid of them. How laughable! Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian was startled. He never imagined that this middle-aged scholar would have such astonishing achievements at such a young age. All right, enough nonsense, boy. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you out? The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His divine energy that had been boosted with the law of wind began to stir, as though a terrifying tornado was brewing in his body. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Although I don't intend to pass the 9th level, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to send me out. Duan Lingtian's words made the middle-aged scholar sneer. Kid, it seems like you don't know how strong I am. Fine. Next, I'll let you experience my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar attacked. Whoosh! Crash! Along with the tornado on the middle-aged scholar's body, a terrifying storm swept out towards Duanling Tian as if it covered the heavens and the earth. It was like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duanling Tian up the staircase. However, this storm disappeared just as quickly as it came. Boom! Rumble! The spatial storm raged as it crushed this similarly shocking storm that originated from the middle-aged scholar without any effort, causing the middle-aged man's expression to instantly change drastically. You've actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. Although there were only 8 profundities from the law of space that could be fused, it did not mean that only 2 profundities could be fused. It could also be fused 3, 4, or even 5 profundities. It was just that the combinations were different. The more one comprehended, the stronger the power would be. At this moment, Duanling Tian had used the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space to crush the middle-aged scholar's strength. It was similar to how he had defeated Shui Haishan, who was at the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Bang! A violent spatial energy came crashing down like a giant hammer and landed on the middle-aged scholar's body, sending him flying violently. Of course, at this critical moment, Duanling Tian withdrew most of his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died without a doubt. Just as the middle-aged scholar regained his senses, his face turned green and pale. He was shocked when he saw the purple figure standing in the distance had taken out the celestial stairway token and left. The figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. He doesn't plan on going to the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to be too high-profile. A higher deity ascending to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, no one has ever done this. The best one has ever done was to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar guessed why the purple-clothed youth didn't go to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. It turned out that he wanted to keep a low profile. I really didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect to produce such a character. The middle-aged scholar sighed with a bit of regret. Such a character was even more outstanding than he was in the past. Outside the celestial stairway, the small dot of light that represented Duanling Tian. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial stairway, most people thought that Duanling Tian would soon be eliminated. Even Tang Weian felt the same way. However, what surprised them was that after Duanling Tian ascended to the 9th level of the celestial stairway, he didn't come out for a long time. Could it be that he still has the ability to compete with the people on the 9th level of the celestial stairway? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? An inner sect disciple guessed in horror. Impossible! There must be another reason. Another inner sect disciple shook his head. He obviously didn't want to believe this. After all, he stayed on the 7th level of the celestial stairway for a long time. I think so too. The gatekeeper must have gone easy on him for him to pass the 8th level of the celestial stairway so easily. The group of people outside never expected that the reason Duanling Tian stayed on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for so long was because he was chatting with the gatekeeper. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the group of people, Duanling Tian finally appeared. He had stopped on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Naturally, they did not expect Duanling Tian to come out after defeating the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. They thought Duanling Tian was mercilessly eliminated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Duanling Tian is out! He stopped on the 9th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 9th level for such a long time. If there are no accidents, he'll be the first in the celestial stairway contest this time. He's really lucky. The group of inner sect disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duanling Tian heard them loud and clear. Elder. When Duanling Tian passed the celestial stairway order to the old man asked curiously, Duanling Tian, did you fight with the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for a long time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It ended quickly. It could be said that it ended in a single exchange. It ended in a single exchange. The old man was startled. If that's the case, why did you stay on the 9th level for such a long time? At this moment, whether it was the hidden fog sect's intersect elder or the surrounding intersect disciples, they all thought that Duan Lingtian had been defeated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway in a single exchange. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would say that he had defeated the gatekeeper on the 9th level in a single exchange. However, as the hidden fog sect's intersect elder asked this question, the other intersect disciples also looked at Duan Lingtian. They were curious as to why Duan Lingtian could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. We chatted for a while. Duan Lingtian's reply caused everyone to be petrified. They never thought that this was the reason. It was because he had chatted with the gatekeeper that he could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. This fellow, how could his luck be so good? He met a gatekeeper who was willing to chat with him. One had to know that it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of chatting with the keeper that they couldn't defeat in order to prolong the time they had to spend on the last floor. However, the keeper seemed to have the attitude of not saying anything more than half a sentence, and directly eliminated them mercilessly. You've really run into dog sh*t luck, Chiyu sneered. As for Chiyu's voice, it sounded particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment. For a time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at him. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he faintly smiled. Yes, your luck is all right, but even if you want to run into dog sh*t luck, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Seeing Duan Lingtian refute him, Chiyu's expression sank. At the same time, he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you've finally stopped hiding like a coward since you've come out. Have you thought about accepting my challenge? Or perhaps, you don't dare? Do you want to continue being a coward? Chiyu sneered. Challenge? Duan Lingtian was stunned. For a moment, he didn't react. At this time, Tang Huiyan took a step forward and walked in front of Duan Lingtian. She said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, he's the intersect disciple who has challenged you every month for the past 3 months, Chiyu. Chiyu? Duan Lingtian looked at Chiyu again with a look of realization on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dog that Tu Feng sent to bite me. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even Tang Huiyan, who was standing in front of him, was stunned. She never thought Duan Lingtian would call Chiyu a dog in front of Chiyu. Moreover, he even said that Chiyu was the dog of another intersect disciple. Tang Huiyan quickly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, do you have a grudge with senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Although Tu Feng was also an intersect disciple, he was an intersect disciple who had stepped into the Divine King realm. In terms of status and strength, he wasn't someone that ordinary Divine Spirit realm intersect disciples like them could compare with. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not bad, it was not a good thing for him to offend Tu Feng. Not only was Tu Feng the Divine King stage intersect disciple, but he was also the eldest disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. I don't think it's a conflict, but I don't know what he thinks, Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Before Tang Huiyan could reply to Duan Lingtian, Chiyu's voice that was filled with anger and coldness rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, do you want to die? Chapter 3679. Following Chiyu's stern shout, the atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. A thick smell of gunpowder rose up, causing everyone's heart to subconsciously hang in the air. At the same time, they stared at the two parties involved, Duan Lingtian and Chiyu. Courting death? After Chiyu shouted fiercely, Duan Lingtian glanced at him unhurriedly with a profound gaze. Are you sure you have the ability to do so? Chiyu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that just because you were lucky and reached the 9th step of the celestial stairway and had a better result than me, you can look down on me? The ranking of the celestial stairway has never represented the ranking of strength. That's true. You're just a young man who entered the sect not long ago. It's normal that you don't know this. As he spoke, the corners of Chiyu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In Chiyu's opinion, this Duan Lingtian had spent so much time on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. It was impossible for him to pass the 8th step. Yet he had passed the 8th step so quickly. This meant that the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. If the gatekeeper was an inner sect disciple who had been imprisoned for life, it was normal for him to go easy on him. After all, even if they won, there was no way to reduce their sentence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had said that he had been defeated in a single move on the 9th step. Although he had stayed on the 9th step for a long time, it was because he had spent a long time chatting with the gatekeeper. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian's result in this celestial stairway competition surpassed Chiyu's, Chiyu still didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a kid who had been lucky for a while. Lucky? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Chiyu. You can try. I'll try then. Chiyu sneered. Now, do you dare to go to the ultimate martial platform with me? The ultimate martial arena was where the people of the Hidden Fog sect fought. In a duel on the ultimate martial arena, one could admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the opponent could no longer intentionally take one's life. However, if one did not admit defeat in time, even if one was killed by the opponent, it would be a meaningless death. In the Hidden Fog sect, there was no such thing as a life or death arena. If it was only to compare notes, the Hidden Fog sect's people would go to the martial meeting square, which was right below the extreme martial arena. The ultimate martial platform was an elevated platform located in the sky above the martial arts competition square. Ultimate martial dais? Senior apprentice brother Chiyu actually wants to go up the ultimate martial stage with Duan Lingtian? Oh my god! Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, you'll be like a sword without eyes. If you don't admit defeat in time, even if you're killed, you'll have died in vain. How much hatred do you have? Senior brother Chiyu, do you really intend to have a life and death duel with Duan Lingtian? When the surrounding inner sect disciples regained their senses, their faces were basically filled with shock. Some of the people who wished for the world to be in chaos even had their eyes glowing, their faces filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian! At the same time, Tang Huiyan quickly stopped Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, if you don't admit defeat in time, even if you die, the sect won't punish you. I know. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mentions the ultimate martial platform. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Huiyan and faintly smiled. When this scene fell into Chiyu's eyes, it made him burn with jealousy. Seeing Duan Lingtian suddenly say such words to Tang Huiyan, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Huiyan must have sent a sound transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian not to agree to the ultimate martial platform battle. Duan Lingtian, genius from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, do you dare? Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile, his tone filled with provocation. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. If you don't have the confidence, don't agree. An old voice suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears, greatly surprising him. This was because this sound transmission came from the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder who was guarding outside the sky stairway. Elder, rest assured. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily do something I'm not confident in. Duan Lingtian replied to the inner sect elder's sound transmission. Then, he looked at Chiyu and lightly said, Lead the way. Lead the way. This was Duan Lingtian's reply. Chiyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered and turned to lead the way. The surrounding inner sect disciples also began to boil with excitement. He agreed! He agreed! I really don't understand. Why would Duan Lingtian agree? Since senior apprentice brother Chiyu dares to make such a request, he must be confident in defeating him. An intermediate deity dares to accept a challenge from a higher deity? Amidst the uproar of the inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian followed Chiyu's footsteps and headed towards the ultimate martial platform. This fellow. Seeing Duan Lingtian not listening to his advice, Tang Huiyan couldn't help but frown. But he still followed. He didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. If there is any danger, admit defeat in time. As long as you admit defeat, Qiyu won't dare to kill you again. At that time, the elder on duty at the ultimate martial platform will also protect you. Duan Lingtian was aware of everything Tang Huiyan had said. However, Duan Lingtian still sent a sound transmission to Tang Huiyan to express his thanks for his concern. Outside the sky stairway, besides the inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway, everyone else who knew that Duan Lingtian had agreed to Qiyu's challenge at the ultimate martial platform followed. The inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway also wanted to follow. But this time, he was the one guarding the sky stairway, so he couldn't leave. Where is he? Someone walked out of the sky stairway and was puzzled when he realized that there was no one around except for the inner sect elder on duty. When he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the elder on duty, he immediately rushed to the ultimate martial platform. Senior brother Qiyu is going to fight with that Duan Lingtian who just joined the sect on the ultimate martial platform? This is a good show, we can't miss it! One by one, the inner sect disciples who walked out of the sky stairway rushed to the ultimate martial platform after learning that Duan Lingtian and Qiyu were going to fight on the ultimate martial platform. As a result, more and more people went to the ultimate martial platform. Elder Pun! The inner sect elder on duty outside the sky stairway finally couldn't hold himself back and sent a sound transmission to an elder who was on good terms with him. If I remember correctly, you've been on duty at the ultimate martial platform recently? Are you there today? The other party quickly responded. Yes, what's the matter? In a moment, that Qiyu will fight with Duan Lingtian, who was recommended by Vice Sect Master Murong to enter the sect ahead of time. Inform me of the progress at any time. If Duan Lingtian is in danger, remind him to admit defeat with a sound transmission. This little fellow is quite polite and his talent and perception are quite good. If he lives, it will only be beneficial to the sect. The inner sect elder outside the sky stairway said. What? Qiyu and Duan Lingtian are going to fight on the ultimate martial platform? I see them. Don't worry. I don't want such a genius to die. Elder Pun, who was on duty at the ultimate martial platform, saw a group of people in the distance. He saw that the person leading them was their hidden fog sect Qiyu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that he was a handsome young man in purple clothes. He was clearly following behind Qiyu. There were a total of 19 ultimate martial platforms. They were located in the skies above the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. However, the 19 ultimate martial platforms were usually empty. The most lively place was the hidden fog sect's martial meeting square. There were many hidden fog sect inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples sparring there. The hidden fog sect's martial meeting square and ultimate martial platform didn't belong to the inner sect. Rather, they were shared between the inner and outer sect. And they were located between the inner and outer sections. Why are there so many people? How lively! There were many people in the martial meeting square to begin with. When Duan Lingtian, Qiyu, and the group of inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun arrived, they alarmed many people in the martial meeting square. And when they saw the person in the lead, their eyes brightened. It's Qiyu. He's ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Qiyu is going to enter the ultimate martial platform? Who is he going to fight with? That purple-clothed youth behind him, who is he? In the martial meeting square, a group of inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were watching the fun flew into the air out of curiosity. And when they saw that there was no one around them, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were sparring also tacitly stopped and followed. Senior apprentice brother, what's going on? Who is senior apprentice brother Qiyu going to fight with on the ultimate martial platform? Many people asked the inner sect disciples who came from the sky stairway. And when they obtained the answer, they all revealed looks of shock. It's actually that Duan Lingtian who just entered the sect? Isn't he a middle deity? A mere middle deity dares to fight with senior apprentice brother Qiyu on the ultimate martial platform? I've heard of him. Although he has comprehended the fusion of three profound meanings of the space laws, senior apprentice brother Chiyu has also comprehended the fusion of three profound meanings of the wind laws. In addition to senior apprentice brother Chiyu's cultivation being a level higher than his, he will undoubtedly lose. I really don't understand why he would agree to a battle with such a great disparity in strength. Although the group of Hidden Fog sect disciples couldn't understand why Duan Lingtian would agree to such a battle, it didn't affect them from joining in on the fun. Many geniuses die prematurely because of their carelessness. Many people shook their heads as they looked at the purple figure walking towards the ultimate martial platform with pity on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian followed Chiyu, who was leading the way, and landed on the ultimate martial platform in the center of the 19 platforms. This ultimate martial platform was also the largest. The surrounding 18 smaller ultimate martial platforms surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. After Chiyu landed, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who had also landed and was calmly looking at him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's expression remain so calm at this time, Chiyu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Duan Lingtian could still pretend to be relaxed when he was outside the sky stairway, then he shouldn't be so relaxed now that he was on the ultimate martial platform. After all, Chiyu was much stronger than him. But now, in the end, Chiyu couldn't help but extend his divine sense and envelop Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart filled with shock. He actually broke through to the realm of a higher deity? Chapter 3680. Just now, before the stairway to heaven, Chiyu hadn't thought of using his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian's depths. This was because he subconsciously felt that even if Duan Lingtian wanted to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to do so while he was at the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until he arrived at the ultimate martial platform and saw Duan Lingtian's calm and collected expression that Chiyu couldn't help but use his divine sense to probe Duan Lingtian. And after he discovered that Duan Lingtian was a higher deity, his heart was in turmoil. The difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's breakthrough was like heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian before he made a breakthrough. But now that Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough, he wasn't confident at all. Although both of them had comprehended the fusion of three profound meanings of a certain law, Duan Lingtian had comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. As for him, he had only comprehended one of the more ordinary 5 elemental laws, the law of wind. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the realm of a higher deity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he not lower his voice, but he seemed to have deliberately raised it so that it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, including the 2 elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform. One of the elders was surnamed Peng. Elder Chen, don't you think you're worrying too much? After hearing Chiyu's words, Elder Peng subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded Duan Lingtian. After confirming Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder on duty outside the stairway to heaven. What's wrong? Elder Chen, who was on duty outside the stairway to heaven, was naturally dumbfounded when he received the message. Duan Lingtian is also a higher deity. His chances of winning this battle are higher, okay? You actually want me to remind him to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Elder Peng snappily said. What? Duan Lingtian is a higher deity? Elder Chen, on the other hand, was shocked. But before he entered the stairway to heaven, he was clearly only an intermediate deity. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness to probe him. Could it be that he made a breakthrough when he was fighting someone on the stairway to heaven? That should be the case. He probably made his breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. After a period of stalemate, he made a breakthrough at the last moment. Then, he successfully cleared the level. Relying on his higher deity cultivation base, he quickly defeated the Guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. In fact, the Guardian on the 8th step didn't go easy on him. As for the 9th step of the celestial stairway, it's highly likely that he'll encounter an inner sect disciple of the godly king stage. Even if he becomes a higher deity, it'll be difficult for him to be a match for them, It's very normal for him to be defeated in one move. At this moment, Elder Chen understood many things. At the same time, he realized that he had worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer inferior to Qi Yu's. He might even be stronger. I don't know about that. Alright, I'll watch these two little fellows fight first, then I'll tell you the result. However, it's highly likely that Qi Yu will admit defeat because I can see fear in his eyes. Elder Ping sent a voice transmission and said, "Showing fear before the battle is a great taboo." While Elder Ping stopped sending messages and stared intently at the two figures on the ultimate martial platform, the crowd was also abuzz with discussion. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have broken through to become a higher deity. No wonder he dared to accept senior brother Qi Yu's challenge. It turns out that he has made a breakthrough. I understand now. Duan Lingtian made a breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. Before the breakthrough, he was in a stalemate with the Guardian for a long time. After the breakthrough, he easily defeated the Guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway and ascended to the 9th step. However, he was eliminated by the Godly King's stage Guardian on the 9th step. That must be it. While many inner sect disciples were speculating, Tang Wuyan, who was standing at the side of the crowd, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. So, he has already made a breakthrough. What I said earlier actually came true. Previously, Tang Wuyan had told Qi Yu that Duan Lingtian might have made a breakthrough on the spot, and then ascended to the 9th step of the celestial stairway. Of course, it was not that she had much confidence in Duan Lingtian at that time. She just could not stand Qi Yu's attitude. However, she did not expect that what she said would really come true. Why? Are you going to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when Qi Yu pointed out his current cultivation. He stared deeply at Qi Yu and asked meaningfully. However, as far as I know, the rules of the ultimate martial platform state that once one ascends to the ultimate martial platform, one is not allowed to admit defeat within 10 breaths from the start of the battle. Duan Lingtian revealed the rules of the ultimate martial platform that he had learned from the Inner Sect Disciples' Handbook. His originally calm expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? Sensing the gazes around him, even though Qi Yu felt a little guilty, he still maintained a tough front on the surface. Duan Lingtian, even if you're a higher deity, you've only just made a breakthrough to become a higher deity. You might not even have had time to consolidate your cultivation, and you want me, Qi Yu, to admit defeat? Ridiculous! As Qi Yu's voice fell, gusts of wind raged around his body. The law of wind fused with divine power appeared as though it had turned into a small tornado. Furthermore, the tornado was still growing stronger. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Both of them had comprehended the law of wind, but the middle-aged scholar that he had encountered on the 9th step of the celestial stairway was far more powerful than Qi Yu. Qi Yu had only comprehended one type of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind, but that person had comprehended 2 types of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind. Their abilities were not on the same level at all. However, the problem was, even that middle-aged scholar was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian in one move. Now I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Yu and said calmly, "Kneel down and count out 10 times, and I'll spare your life." The moment Duan Lingtian said that, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Duan Lingtian to suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, from his tone, it was as though victory was already in his hands. Presumptuous. As expected, Qi Yu was enraged. He roared angrily and moved with the wind. It was as though he had turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a crescent blade appeared in Qi Yu's hand. As soon as the blade appeared, it was infused with divine power that had merged with the wind elemental attribute. Suddenly, a green light shone brightly. Obviously, the blade in Qi Yu's hand was a divine weapon. Of course, it was only a lower-grade divine weapon. However, even though it was a lower-grade divine weapon, once it was in Qi Yu's hand, the power that was infused into it was extremely shocking. The green blade radiance swept across the sky as though it could split the sky. Buzz! Accompanied by the sound of the blade, a terrifying blade radiance bloomed in the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian. However, in the face of Chiyu's sudden attack, Duan Lingtian did not panic. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared not far behind Chiyu. You're courting death. Although there was not much movement behind him, Chiyu, who was fully alert, turned around in an instant and slashed out with his blade. Another green blade radiance bloomed. Although it was not as strong as the previous blade radiance, it was not to be underestimated. Buzz! The blade radiance that Duan Lingtian had dodged seemed to have grown eyes. It turned around in the air and continued to attack Duan Lingtian. I gave you a chance, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His eyes were calm, and then he took a step forward. A layer of faint armor appeared on the surface of his body. Together with the sudden appearance of the spatial wind leopard, it easily crushed the blade radiance that Chiyu had slashed out. Then, before Chiyu's other blade radiance could catch up, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and waved casually in front of a group of people. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was as light as the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. When the crowd saw that there was a sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, Chiyu's body had already been decapitated. Then, the spatial windstorm that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, instantly mincing Chiyu into a pool of blood. After Chiyu's death, the saber ray that flashed through the air became much weaker. In the end, it landed on the silhouette of armor that flashed on Duan Lingtian's body and completely dissipated. Duan Lingtian was wearing a defensive divine armor. It was one of the dozens of divine weapons given to him by the Zhong family in Tianfeng City. It was a low-grade divine weapon. In terms of value, it was not inferior to an ordinary middle-grade offensive divine weapon. Later, he attacked with a low-grade divine sword given to him by the Zhong family. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood and blood mist scattered all over the ground, leaving behind dazzling and eye-catching marks on the ultimate martial platform. It also caused the surrounding crowd to become silent. No one expected it to end so quickly. From the moment Chiyu attacked to the moment Chiyu died, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. As for Duan Lingtian, from the moment he moved to the moment he attacked, it was at most a single breath of time. See, the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform were experienced and knowledgeable. Although they were shocked by the scene in front of them, they were the first to react. However, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the purple figure on the platform again, their eyes revealed a bit of shock. Although they also thought that Duan Lingtian was likely to win. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would win so easily. That was Chiyu. Among the hidden Fog Sect's Spirit God Realm Inner Sect disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 10. He was the hidden Fog Sect's signboard. But now, this signboard was gone. However, they didn't feel sad because this signboard was gone. Instead, they felt excited. This was because Chiyu's death announced the appearance of an even stronger inner sect disciple. Duan Lingtian. This inner sect disciple who had been recommended by the Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also their Hidden Fog Sect's vice-sect master, Murong Sui Feng, had become the new signboard of their Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, this signboard was even stronger than Chiyu's. Tang Huiyan stood on the side of the crowd. After a while, he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the purple figure in disbelief. He just broke through to the higher god realm and he's already so strong? Chiyu was killed by a single sword strike? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.